Hello and welcome to this Manchester United career mode. In this series we are going to try to take Manchester United back to the top of English football. As always in this series, all decisions that we make will be done based on data. This means that whenever we sell or buy a player, we will first take a look at the data to see if it's a smart buy or a smart sell. Are you interested in how you can make the right choices based on data? There's a link in the description which will lead you to a video explaining it bit by bit. As I said before, in this series we are going to take Man United back to their winning ways. Each video will be half a season and it will take you through all the managerial decisions I make. Enough chit chat for now, let's jump straight into the video. We begin right here, as I've tried to recreate Erik ten Hag, and of course Erik ten Unskilled is how we're going to be playing. 53 years old, and we've replaced previous manager Erik ten Hag, as you can see right there. Let's jump to the next, and this is how the media expects us to come in first. Then also Old Trafford, 47,000 capacity, excellent training facilities, youth facilities and youth recruitment, so we could get a lot of good youngsters if we do it well. And of course we've won a lot of titles but haven't really won a Premier League title or a Champions League title in the past couple of years, so we're really going to try to make sure that we can do that again and bring them back to their winning ways. Of course, a very old club, 1878, very old club, which is nice to see. So let's go next and see what team we're working with. So as you all probably know, Rashford and Antony on the wings, Holland in the striker positions, a really good midfield with Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro. Amrabat, I'm not very sure if we're going to be playing him. Then as well as Shaw, Wan-Bissaka, Varane and Martinez in the defense, and Onana as our starting goalkeeper, which is very nice to see. Then what does the board expect from us? Develop players using our youth system. Yeah, sign high reputation players, so we're going to have to spend money, which is of course very a shame. No, I'm joking. We're going to love that, to sign high reputation players, and qualify for the Europa League is actually what they expect of us. And I don't really know what they expect from us in the Premier League. Not really a lot. I think if they expect us to qualify for the Europa League, they expect us to come in like 6th or 7th, which is absolutely fine. Let's click on next, and then how they want us to play. The supporters expect us to qualify for the Champions League, become the most reputable team in England and in the world and in Europe. So we're going to try. Of course, if you win a lot, you're going to be more reputable. So we're going to be looking if we can do that. Get the better out of our rivals' leads. If we happen to play against them, well, that wouldn't be a very hard thing to do. So with all of this out of the way, let's jump straight into how our squad is going to be looking and which players we might be looking on to sell and which players we want to bring in. And the squad is looking like this. So, as I already expected, Andre Onana in goal with the right back of Wan-Bissaka and Shaw, Martinez and Varane in the middle, Casemiro and Mount in the midfield as a ball-winning midfielder and a segundo volante. Then Bruno Fernandes as an attacking midfielder, inside forwards of Antony and Sancho, and Rashford in the middle of the attack. For the tactic, I have chosen for a 4-2-3-1. I have gotten this from the FM Scouts site, so just go ahead, go to that website and search for this one and you'll find it. I have made 2 tweaks of it. That is, I have made, it started with 2 ball-winning midfielders or defensive midfielders, I think, and I've made it into 1 ball-winning midfielder and 1 segundo volante, so we had a bit more balance in the team. And also, I don't think I'm also always going to be playing the mentality of attacking, but positive, because I think positive is more than enough. And then onto the substitutes. As you can see, Johnny Evans, Harry Maguire are our backup ball-playing defenders, with Dalot and Malacia as our backup wingbacks. Of course, you can see that Malacia here is out for 4 to 5 months, and Luke Shaw is as well for 3 to 4 months, so we're going to have to find a solution for that. And we have one, because in real life, Manchester United already loaned in Sergio Reguilon. He's not great, of course, but it's only a loan for a year, so that's fine. Then, as the backup segundo volante and ball-winning midfielder, we have Amrabat and Tomine. So we're going to need to find a replacement for Amrabat after the season, because I do not like loanies and I do not like using them. Then Garnacho and Anthony Martial are good enough to be our backup inside forwards. Eriksen is going to be our backup advanced midfielder, and Marcus Rashford is going to be our advanced forward, while Højlund is still going to be a backup for us for right now. And then the players that we want to get out of the club. There's 4. Tom Heaton, backup goalkeeper, earning a lot of money, want to get him out. Donny van de Beek, 26 years old now, I really want to sell him. They brought him in for 39 million. I just want to get this guy out. I want his wages, I want a bit of transfer money that I can use to bring in a better player. He's not really playing for us. Then Facundo Pellegrini, youngster, it doesn't have the right mentals to really make it, so rather get this guy out of the club as well. And then a surprise to some of you, Victor Lindelof. This guy mentally isn't as good as Johnny Evans, as you can see right here. If we compare him with Johnny Evans in that role that we want to play him in, you can see that technically he's a little bit better, but has worse heading, so not really anything major. He's better at crossing and at penalty taking, but that doesn't really matter. Then mentally, Johnny Evans is a lot better, as you can see, if not just the same. And physically, in the areas that matter, so jumping, reach, strength and pace, Johnny Evans is like, okay, he's not a lot worse. So that's made me wanting to sell Victor Lindelof 200k a week, and then we're going to be losing probably Johnny Evans, because Johnny Evans is only here for a year, but after that he is going to leave, and then we're going to need another ball-playing defender next to Martinez, because Varane, although very good, he's not one of the best, and he's not great, but he is earning 400k a week, and I just don't think that that is justified anywhere. So really want to get this guy out of the club, want to see if I could sell him on. And next thing, let's jump into Manchester United's finances. Before we get on with the video, don't forget to leave a like if you like the video and subscribe if you want to see more. I upload every week, 3 days, on Tuesday, Friday and Sunday. So go ahead and subscribe to never miss out on an upload. With that out of the way, let's continue the video. Finance wise, Manchester United isn't looking too bad. They have a lot of money in the budget, but of course big wages. 5.6 million is insane, and I think it's one of the highest in the Premier League. If we can get rid of some of those players that I just shown you, we could probably free about 400,000 in wages, and if we also are able to get rid of Varane, we will be like, I think, 1 million in more wages, so that would be very nice. But for now, the finances are looking quite okay, because we do have some bank loans, but that's actually an insane net debt. I never even looked at that. But of course, Manchester United have a lot of commercial income, so I think we'll be fine to pay off those loans and make sure we can bring in some big players in the next coming seasons. Next up, scouting. I've made 3 recruitment focuses. One is going to be named Main, and as you can see, a lot of players are in here, are very high tier players. Then we also have youth, where a lot of youth players will come in, and youngsters. And as you can see, this is what they look like. So youngsters 15 between 18, youth is 18 or 15 between 23, and of course minimum potential of 4 stars. And then main is of course 2.5 stars, a minimum potential of 2.5 stars. I might up this to 3 because I only want good players, 15 to 35. They have assigned scouts for me. I don't want that. I want any scout to work on this. And then let's go ahead and put them on ongoing, because we want them to keep focusing on that, and then my scout, my real scout, can assign who he wants to pursue. As we go to scout the players here, you already see a lot of players that we could potentially bring in. I've already filtered them on what I want to see, and I can just go ahead and Control A, Control P, paste this into my Excel and see what kind of players we could possibly get in. Of course, very high price tags of all of these players, so it's going to be very hard to bring them in because we don't have any money to spend. So let's hope that we can get rid of some of those players that we don't need anymore, such as Van de Beek and Lindelof. Before we jump into the schedule, I just wanted to share this with you. Anthony Martial only has a contract for 1 more year, but he's earning way too much, so I kinda wanna get rid of him, or I need him to accept that he's going to earn a lot less. And Aaron Wan-Bissaka is going to have his contract run out also this season. I really want this guy to renew his contract because he's 25 years old, English, and a great right back with 20 tackling, which is absolutely insane. So I really hope that this guy will sign a new contract. For the rest, I'm just going to leave it as it is. Also for Tom Heaton, Evans, there's not going to be a new contract. Brandon Williams, maybe if he's back from loan. Sofian Anwar and Reguilon also aren't going to leave. So let's see if we can renew the contract of Aaron Wan-Bissaka this season. I'm not going to do it right now, but somewhere along the season I'm going to try to renew it. So these are the friendlies: Arsenal, Milan, Chelsea, Liverpool, Salzburg and Oldham. Altogether I think we'll earn about 1.5 million for that, so that's nice. I always schedule these friendlies because they just give me a little bit of money and it's always nice to have. Then of course in the competitions we are joining the Premier League, the FA Cup, the Champions League and the Carabao Cup. In the Champions League we're expecting to reach the round of 16, which is actually very low. I think we're going to try to do better at least. Qualify for the Europa League of course isn't going to be very hard, and quarterfinals of the FA Cup also shouldn't be too big of a deal. What I'll be doing now is I'll be going through the whole preseason. I'll be going into these games, seeing how far I can go and how good I can do, and I'll be back at the end of January transfer window, which is I think around this Tottenham game, so that's when we'll be back. You'll see if we sold some players, what kind of players we brought in, and how we did in the first 3 games of our Premier League season. So see you in a bit. It is the 2nd of September. We've played 3 Premier League games and we've won all 3 of them. We are top of the league, with Bruno Fernandes being our absolute star, 7.9 rating and 4 assists. This guy is going to be insane for the rest of this series until he retires. Anyway, 3 wins, which means that we're now in 2nd, but how were we able to do that? Did we make any signings? Did we sell any players? Let's jump straight into the transfers. So first things first, let's jump into the player sales. We have sold Varane for 67 million to Saudi Arabian club Al Ittihad. I wanted to get rid of him. 69 million is a lot for a 30-year-old. 400k he was earning, so that money we could invest in new players, and we did. He's currently earning 1 million a week, so he should be very happy right there at Al Ittihad. Then we've also gotten rid of Tom Heaton. He went to Espanyol and now he's earning a lot less. This guy, we didn't really use him anymore. He was earning a lot of money, so we moved him on. Then also noteworthy was Hannibal, a youngster. Got 10 million for him, which was nice. We could use that to invest in someone else. This guy isn't really going to be playing a lot for us, I don't think, and he's not going to develop into that player that we want him to. So just managed to sell him on for 10 million. Then also Donny van de Beek left for 14.5 million. He's going to be sold to Barcelona if they ever win the league. He's now loaned out, so also got a lot more room in our wage budget. That's very nice. And all the other players that went out are youngsters out on loan or youngsters that we sold on. For example, this guy, Shola, short tire. Just sold him on for a couple million to Everton. He's never going to come into the first team, so might as well just sell him on. And onto the signings. I have only made 2 signings, 2 ball-playing defenders, 2 central defenders. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first one. Our backup ball-playing defender, Gonzalo Inacio, bought him for 47 million from Sporting. This guy is already insane and is already a very good backup. He is going to be a 3-star, but he could potentially be a 4-star, and if this guy improves a lot more, he's going to be insane for us as that backup rotational player. Very happy to have him in for 47 million. Very nice to have this guy in as a replacement for Johnny Evans, who is going to leave after this season because his contract is running out and he's like 35, so it's good that we have some 13-year-old younger player in that can be with us for the future. Then next on the list we have spent big. 85 million for Christian Romero, and if you look at this guy you understand why we're paying that for him. This guy has insane mentals, well-rounded physicals and great technicals to play in a ball-playing defender position. We've gotten rid of Varane, so we needed someone better to replace him, and if we look at the datasheet, this guy is almost 1.3 score points higher. That's all due to his great technicals and mentals. Very happy to have this guy in. 85 million for someone who's going to be for us, I think, for the next 10 years, because this guy's insane, is very well. A very good value for money as well. So very happy to have Christian Romero in for the future. Last thing I wanted to show you is which teams we have been drawn in the UEFA Champions League. Barcelona, Union Berlin and Braga makes it for a very easy pool for us, so we should be able to definitely reach the round of 16 and maybe even higher. Anyway, that's going to be it for this video. If you like this video, please leave a like down below, and if you want to see more, subscribe down below as well. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hey guys, and welcome to this quote-unquote Manchester United rebuild. Last episode we sold off some Deathwood and Varane for an insane amount of money, so we got rid of his wages and we got money for him. We bought in 2 insane centre backs, and one of them was Christian Romero from Tottenham. However, in this episode we are going to be taking a look at the January transfer window, and can we actually bring someone in who can make our team better? Let me spoil it for you. Yes, we can. We sell on 2 insane first team players, but we bring in an even bigger first team player for that. We're going to be spending 100 million on that player. Besides bringing in that player, we also bring in 3 or 4 insane wonder kids who are going to be pretty good for us in the future, I do think. So let's go to January. We have arrived at the January transfer window. It's the 3rd of January, and this is how we're doing in the Premier League. So we're currently in 3rd, but you can see between 5th and 2nd there's only 5 points separating us, with Liverpool absolutely dominating and leading the way. We've not been doing so bad for ourselves with the team that we've got. I think if Man City win one more game, then they're going to go above us. But other than that, I think we should be able to beat Arsenal and Chelsea for those last Champions League spots. But it's going to be very, very close, and we need to have a good form, or else we're not going to make it. Elsewhere in the bottom of the league, you see it's also very close. Between 12th and 20th, it's only 7 points, so it's not even that bad. Right here you can see some team stats, and you see that we're the best in goals scored, the 4th best in goals conceded, and the 39 yellow cards means that we're the worst when it comes to discipline. However, we do have the best average attendance, and that makes it so that our finance, however, we're paying a lot of money on wages. It's still quite okay. We still have 41 million in the bank, which means that we could possibly afford to offer some players bigger contracts, or possibly get some other players in. As for the Champions League, this is how we did. It wasn't too bad of a Champions League campaign for us yet, because we did lose against Barcelona and we did tie them at home. However, we did win against Braga and tied Braga, while also winning against Union Berlin and losing. I did play a backup squad here because we were already through to the next round, as you can see right here, if I can get my group in. We were already through. Union Berlin did win that game, but it didn't really matter. We're not doing too great in the Champions League. I'm really not expecting much from us as well in the Champions League. We have been drawn against AC Milan, who do have a better squad than us, I do think. But if we manage to beat AC Milan, we're going to have to play against some really big teams, such as Barcelona, Arsenal, Leipzig, Dortmund, Inter, Barcelona, Real, Paris or Man City. So that's going to be very hard for us. As for the FA Cup, we've also not doing too bad. I think we've won a couple of games. Oh no, we just started against West Ham in the 3rd round, which is alright. For the Carabao Cup, I don't think we did. Oh, we did play 2 games against Sutton and Bristol City, and then we got knocked out by West Ham in the quarterfinals, which is absolutely fine. We did get a red card, and I've been getting a lot of red cards, and I think it has something to do with the way that I play my tactic. Anyway, that didn't really matter. It's only the Carabao Cup, and as you can see right here, the board don't care about it. They do care if we reach the quarterfinals, so we're going to have to do our best in the FA Cup here. As for the Champions League, we've already achieved our goals, and for the English Premier League, of course, we need to qualify for the European Champions League, and we're going to try to do that through the league. Then you might be wondering how we did in the Premier League, and we started out pretty well. And after we lost 4-0 to Newcastle, where we already got a red card after 4 minutes from Anthony, we then managed to win at home against Crystal Palace. However, we did lose again against West Ham Here a loss against Aston Villa, but then for some random reason we also win 8-1 at Bournemouth. Right after that we lose to Chelsea, we lose to Liverpool, and we tie Man City, where we were actually winning a lot of the game, but then Man City came back to a 3-3. And after that we did pretty well. We have 5 wins on the books right now, so that's very nice. The next games are going to be against Everton and Tottenham, and you'll see how we did because I'm going to be simming through to the end of January. And then after that Tottenham game, I'll be back to you to see what kind of signings we made and what kind of players may have possibly left. However, before I sim through to the end of the January transfer window, I wanted to show you how our transfer budget is looking. We currently have 41 million in the bank with 500k still to pay on wages, and we can up this like a lot, so we can go to 55 million if we want to, and I think that's enough for us to actually buy another player. Why, you may ask, the way the budget is so high is because I adjusted our expectations from qualifying for the Europa League to qualifying for the Champions League, which meant that we got a little bit extra money, and that money we're going to put to good use to see if we can actually strengthen the squad. And strengthen the squad we really have to do. That is because Johnny Evans is going to be leaving very soon because his contract is expiring and he is 36 years old, so I kind of want to just get him out of the club. Then also Anthony Martial is earning 300k a week, which is just way too much for a player who's only played 6 games this season, and when he's played he's not been very good, he's just been average. Then also our ball winning midfielder Sofian Amrabat is leaving the club because he's only on loan, so didn't really play him as well a lot, but might as well just get him out of the club. And also Sergio Reguilon is also leaving. Didn't really play him much, 2 games, he's just a loanee. Wouldn't really mind actually already terminating his loan, but an extra backup player is always nice to have. Other than that, we also have the contracts of Wan-Bissaka, Scott Tominey and Diallo, who are expiring, and of course Maguire and Christensen, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be giving them a new contract because Christensen is 31 years old. If he wants to take a lower contract I might accept, and for Maguire the same thing. Of course he's English born, but if he will just accept a lower contract or lower wage on his contract, I think I might consider getting that guy another contract. So let's go ahead and sim through to the end of January to see what kind of transfers we made and what kind of contracts we have given out. Before I show you what kind of business we did in the January transfer window, I would love to ask if you could leave a like down below and subscribe. It really helps me out a ton and it lets me know that you guys like the series. Anyway, let's jump straight into what kind of business we did in the January transfer window. Here we are at the end of the January transfer window, and first things first, this is how we did. We beat Sheffield United in the league. Then we drew against West Ham, which was very unfortunate. We then beat them as well after, and then after that beating Leeds, and now we have been drawn in the FA Cup against Crystal Palace. In between those games we did lose against Everton, which was a shame. That was really a bad game for us, but we did however win against Tottenham, which means we are now in third in the Premier League. It's still very close, but I believe that we can pull it off for those Champions League spots. We just need to make sure that Chelsea and Arsenal are behind us. We don't need to make sure that we can challenge Man City or Liverpool. Just make sure that those 2 clubs stay behind us so we can finish in those Champions League spots. Alright, and then let's start with the transfers out. We have sold Christian Eriksen in this January transfer window. He went to Al Ittihad for 49 million, which is insane. I'm happy they wanted to pay that. Then we also lost Aaron Wan-Bissaka against Arsenal. Kind of a shame that he wanted to leave, but eventually they got a bid in, a very good bid, 52 million for this guy. He was a starter, he's just not one of the best players in the league. So I was happy to just let him go to Arsenal, where he's hopefully getting a lot of playing time. Then some backup players that I actually sold or loaned out, which isn't very special to me. And then let's go on to the transfers in. For the transfers in, we didn't do that much, but let me show you what we did. Of course we sold Eriksen and then after that we also sold Wan-Bissaka, so it meant we had some money over, and I bought in a big name signing. It's the Georgian winger from Napoli. I'm going to butcher this, but is it like Kvaratskhelia? Something like that. Bought him in for 99 million from Napoli, which was an absolute steal, I do think. This guy is absolutely insane. As well as technically, mentally and physically, he's just very well rounded and one of the best players in the game. I'm going to be teaching him to play in the advanced forward role since he's very good there, but of course he's also insane in any of the other forward roles. So very versatile player, 99 million is going to be a steal for a player that can play for my club and be a top player for my club for the next 10 years. So very happy that he is in. Then the next three players are actually wonder kids. Valentin Barco, many of you may know him, a left back Argentinian. Very happy to have him in. I'm going to be retraining him to be a right back as well later in the game once he needs to be more versatile, but he's only 19 years old and already insane. He's very close to starting level. He's almost as good as Diego Dalot, but just insanely well rounded, as you can see. Very, very good and nice player to have in. Then I also bought in Bent Dardai, also loaned him out to Hertha at the same time again. This guy not very special, just hoping that he could come into my team, into my club and be a backup for us, that he could get those homegrown traits later on. Really looking forward to what he can do, but don't expect too much of this guy. He was very cheap to pick up as well, 1.2 million, so it's just okay to have him in. And then also one signing that we made on deadline day, Claudio Echeverri, and this guy doesn't look that good at first, but I hope he develops into an insane attacking midfielder, and if he doesn't develop, then we can just use him as a backup. This guy, we bought him for 9.7 million, and as you can see, he has decent technical stats with 14 technique and 15 first touch and also 14 dribbling. He's missing a bit of determination, but his personality is balanced, so I think he'll still make it. All of the stats that he needs for an attacking midfielder is 11 and above, so if he can just train up those stats and become a lot better, then I think this guy is going to be a nice little rotation option for us. And that 9 million, I think we're definitely going to make some profit on this guy. Anyway, those were all the signings that we made. We do have a lot more money left, almost 40 million, but I didn't really find anyone good to buy, so I'm just going to keep that in my transfer budget, and hopefully I can use it in the next season to buy an absolute insane player for our team. Before we end this episode, there's a few things I still wanted to show you. This is how the team is looking right now. So a little change. Aaron Wan-Bissaka left, so now Malacia is playing as a wingback on the right. I'm retraining him to play there, but he can play there for sure. I think he will be able to. Then Christian Romero and Martinez are still in the defense. Luke Shaw is still our left back. Mason Mount and Casemiro still in the middle of the pitch. And then Jadon Sancho on the right, and Rashford actually moved to the left, where Kvaratskhelia, however you pronounce his name, is now in our advanced forward with Bruno Fernandes as our attacking midfielder. So that's looking very nice. Then in our reserves, nothing really changed. Barco is our reserve wingback, but I'm gonna try to play him as much as I can. Maguire wants to move to a different club, but I think I want to keep him around for another 2 seasons if it's possible, and if we get a bid of about 50 million I might consider selling him on. But I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be taking that, because he's nice to have as one of those players who have the homegrown trait. Then as our reserves midfielder, nothing changed. McTominay and Amrabat are still there. Garnacho is actually our backup inside forward now, with Anthony being our backup advanced midfielder. Anthony Martial still being our backup inside forward. Didn't get any bids for him. He's going to be leaving at the end of the season, because I am not going to keep this guy around on 300k a week wages, so just happy whenever he's gone. And then Rasmus Højlund is still our backup advanced forward. Echeverri, our new youngster, is now one of the backups. I'm going to try to play him as much as possible, but he's also being available for Manchester United under 18s, and the same goes for Jace Fitzgerald. Is a youngster. I brought him into the first team because I think he could be pretty good. He's a 4.5 slash 5-star potential player, so looking forward to what this guy can do in the first team. And that is how the first team now is looking. Also, one thing that I wanted to mention is that Regulon left because I ended his loan. I didn't need him anymore, he didn't really play a lot, and I didn't want to keep paying his wages, so I sent him back to Tottenham. And then one last thing that I want to show you is that we actually went down in our wages from the beginning of the season. So at the beginning we were at 5.7 and currently we are at 5.8, which means that we're running a way better squad now when it comes to wages. As you can also see here, our finances are in the zeros, but we are actually doing pretty well. As you can see, we were tumbling down here, and now all of a sudden we're not tumbling as hard. Of course we're tumbling a little bit hard here because we did spend a lot of our transfer money, but at the end of the season we're going to gain a lot of transfer and probably also income from our sponsors, so I think everything should be alright. So that's going to be it for this episode. Do leave a like and subscribe down below if you want to see more. Once again, thank you very much for watching. I can't express how happy I am that a lot of people are watching these series and watching my videos. I've just surpassed the 100 subscriber mark and I'm very happy with everybody who leaves comments and likes on my videos. I love you all. Once again, thanks for watching. Hope to see you in the next one. Hey guys, in this video I will be walking you through our first ever season as Manchester United's boss. We have made 2 insane big name signings once again, but we did however sell an old veteran which we brought in from Real Madrid a couple seasons ago. You might know who it is now, but watch the video to find out. We have also gotten 4 wonder kids in, and we did pretty good in our first ever season in the Premier League and in the Champions League, so go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out how we did, who left and who we brought in. Let's start this video off by looking at the youth intake of our first ever season. Nothing too special, just a few guys that I wanted to show you. Hack Sumter, 12 determination, looking pretty good as a defensive midfielder already, 15 passing and 14 technique. This guy could really improve to be a good defensive midfielder. I hope he's going to be improving a lot and we can use him later on. Then we've also got Charlie McCauley, 16 determination, great mentals, a wingback with already 15 technique, 11 first touch and 13 dribbling. So if he just develops his physicals and mentals a little bit, this guy might be a very good left back for us. Then we've also got Shea Francis. Shea Francis isn't really looking very special, however this guy does have some decent potential. 12 determination is the main reason that I brought him in, because that determination can help us improve other youngsters' determination as well. And then Aiden Logan, 12 determination. This guy is already a mental beast. If this guy develops as a striker with already 15 finishing, 13 technique and 13 dribbling, he could become very good. Also driven personality, so expecting a lot of him. The other youngsters that are in here aren't anything special. I don't think I've seen like anything special among these except for this guy, an Australian left back as well. Pretty okay technicals, I would say, if it still develops. Mentally, 17 work rate, 18 teamwork and 16 determination is pretty good, and his physicals are also pretty nice. Might turn out to be something, I'm not sure. Let's just keep a look at him. The game doesn't think he's very good, but usually the game could also be very wrong. And then before we jump into the end of the season, I'm currently in March and this game just happened to me. We had a 4.0 XG and a 1 XG against. They had 2 shots on target, and let me show you. They scored the 82nd minute, then we scored the 112th. I went full defensive and then we conceded a penalty. They scored the penalty and went on to win on penalties, which is absolutely insane. It's against Huddersfield and look at their team. Like, no one had actually good stats, all just basic. And then for some reason Kvaratskhelia and all my team have 7s plus, but we still win the game. Like, this is the FM gods saying you shall not win the game. Anyway, very unfair. Got knocked out of the FA Cup, unfortunately, but I'm so tilted about this. But anyway, can't really do anything about it. Let's see at the end of the season how we did in the Premier League and also how we did in the Champions League. The 2023 and 24 season has come to an end, and of course, as you know, we are going to be looking through the end of season review for Manchester United in this first ever season in charge. So without any further ado, let's jump straight into the new arrivals. And as you can see, the new arrivals, we've spent a lot of money on them, but they are worth it, I would say. Of course, Mason Mount I didn't bring in, but Kvaratskhelia, still can't pronounce his name, 28 games, 12 goals, 6 assists, a 7.3 is just insane for a guy who just joined us. Christian Romero, 41 games, 85 million, I expected a bit more of him, but at 6.8 isn't that bad, I do think, also considering that our defense isn't really good apart from him, so it might not be too bad. And of course the other signings that we've made are signings that the AI already made, or Erik ten Hag, Manchester United before we took over. But Højlund played pretty well, 35 games in total, 23 goals, so very happy with his stats as well. And also of course the guy we brought in, Gonzalo Inácio, 25 games, 1 assist, 6.9, not a bad buy as a backup center back for now, so very happy with that. Then let's go and jump into the season results. I completely forgot about the transfers out. Let me just show you what the transfers out were. If I sort on transfers out, the fee doesn't really work out. But Christian Eriksen, of course, 32 years old and left for 50 million. Wan-Bissaka left for 60 million. What else was a big sale? Elanga left before we could actually, we actually started to save, as well as Dean Henderson. Pellistri we sold. And Varane, of course, for 80 million also to Saudi Arabia. I think that's all of it. So we did sell a lot of big name players. And I don't think if we kept those players we would have actually won a bit more per se. I think we did well with the squad that we had. And I don't think those players really added a lot of quality to our team. So now let's jump into the season results. Alright, and here's how we did in the Premier League. We finished 4th, which is not that bad actually. We did finish higher than Chelsea, which is really nice to see. 4th position, top scorer is Bruno Fernandes, probably because of all of his penalty goals as well. And we of course have an average home attendance of almost 75,000, which is very nice. We did start off very well in the competition, but then right here we slacked a lot. We drew against West Ham, lost against Crystal Palace, and then at the end of the season we did win a lot of games, but it wasn't really necessary anymore for the Champions League. Then we also lost barely to Man City and to Liverpool, while also beating Chelsea. So it was kind of mixed. I was hoping to come in 2nd maybe, but anyway, 4th isn't that bad. Then let's move on to the Champions League, where we actually did better than expected. We did beat Milan 5-1 in the first leg, and then it was very easy the second one. Then we beat Feyenoord 4-2, where we were actually 2-0 behind at some point, as you can see right here. They scored 2 goals, and then I was like, guys, what the fuck's happening? So I just told them, okay, start playing, and they did turn it around to win 4-2, and then the second leg was a 3-3 tie. Then we did draw Real Madrid at home and then lost against them in the semi-finals. So we actually already made it to the semi-finals, which is great. And the board aren't too happy with that. Just to see, it's insane because they expect me to go for the knockout stage or the round of 16, and then they still give me a C. Anyway, on to the FA Cup. In the FA Cup, we lost against Huddersfield Town. The absolute heartbreak that I already showed you before. The FM gods just didn't like me that day. And the Carabao Cup, we got knocked out in the quarterfinal by West Ham, but that didn't really matter. I played a backup squad, I do think. So moments to remember, I don't really like to look at this a lot. Biggest win was a 8-1 win over Bournemouth, and a 2-0 victory over Arsenal was our match to remember. Then on the finances, we don't have anything to compare it with, but 250 million in sponsorships is insane, as well as 33 million in shirt sales. We did get a lot of broadcast revenue as well from the Premier League, but nothing really noteworthy in here. We can check it next season to what we see this season, but I think it's only gonna go up from here. Then let's go to how we lined up. Of course, we lined up with a lot of our best players in the attack. We do need to increase, make our defense a lot better. So that's what I'm going to try to do, because I think for the attack we should be fine right now. I kind of want to get rid of Sancho and Anthony if I can, because they're not good enough and they're on really high wages, so I just want them out of the club. And then for the defense, Shaw is okay, Inacio is okay, Romero is okay. I just need like more depth and like an absolute star in that defense as well. Also in goal because I don't like Anana. Anyway, the accolades, nothing really special. Bruno Fernandes, our fan player of the season, also broke a record for most assists, so looking very good there. Then history in the making, nothing really here, and that's how the season review ends. Then one last thing I wanted to show you is how our players did, and as you can see here, Marcus Rashford is actually, with 23 goals and 7 assists, one of our best players, as is Rasmus Højlund. So very happy to have those guys in. Then Bruno Fernandes, 19 goals, 22 assists. Insane contributions. Really like to have him around. I think he's still got 3 or 4 good years in him. So going to try to keep him around. Then, as we already talked about, Kvaratskhelia, 12 goals, 6 assists. Also very nice. Mason Greenwood is actually leaving on a free transfer. Not too worried about that. Going to try if I can actually renew his contract, but I'm not sure if I can. Then also youngster Garnacho going in with 9 goals, 9 assists. So very nice. And if we go to average, highest rating, you see the attackers are doing well, the defenders aren't as well doing as well. I'll be simming forward to the end of the transfer window to show you what kind of transfers we made with the transfer budget that we've gotten of 63 million, which is not that much, and 240 in the wage budget. I'll be making signings based on my Excel sheet and based on data. So if you want to know how I actually make all of these signings and how I decide which player I want to buy, go ahead and check out the link in the description below where I explain how you can also make signings based on data. And before I sim through, I would love to ask you if you could leave a like and subscribe down below. I know all of you lovely people really do support me, but it really helps me if you leave a like so my video can get picked up. And also subscribe down below if you want to see more. However, anyway, I'm not gonna bother you anymore with this. Let's jump straight into the end of the transfer window. Alright. The end of the transfer window is here. And first things first, let's look at the players that went out of our club. First things first, there was a youngster who wanted to leave. We got a bid of like 500k. I let him leave. And then Will Fish, a youngster that we had on loan at Nibarian in Scotland. Hertha wanted to buy him. He's okay, he's not good, he's never going to make the first team, but they wanted to get him, so I might as well just sell him for 13.5 million, could be 17.5. Sold him on. Then also Donny van de Beek, sold him on 16.5 million. We got for him after buying him for 40 million. It's okay that he left to Everton, it's all fine. But then a big sale as well. Casemiro, the 32-year-old Brazilian, went to Saudi Arabia for 50 million, and that could be a potential 64 million if he just plays a lot of games, and I think he will. So those are kind of the transfers that we made out. Then of course a lot of youngsters are also loaned out. Hassan Ouedraogo, which you saw we bought in last season for 50 million from Schalke. Loan him out to Levante. Actually wanted to loan him out to an English team, but Levante is also fine. Then Pufandi also brought this guy in last season for 15 million. It's a very nice youngster, driven personality, is on loan at Norwich, so could gain that homegrown trade if we just play him in the nation. And then also Diallo out on loan, Dardai, Isaac Hansen, Aronson, some other youngsters, and Mason Greenwood. Very weird about Greenwood. I wanted to renew his contract and I wanted to sell him on, but now he's leaving on a free transfer. His loan to Getafe just got automatically renewed, so I really couldn't do anything about that. It's a bit of a shame because he's a pretty good player. But anyway, I will see if I can recall him from the loan and then sell him on in January. If not, it's all good. Then for transfers in, we need to look at last season first. So as I already told you, Hassan Ouedraogo went to Manchester United, so he's coming to us. We already bought him last season, already paid for him, but he just arrived this season. Then also Sam Wooden, a very good wonder kid. This guy's light-hearted, great potential. The reason that I spent big on him, but the reason I spent big on him is because he's already very good for a striker. and for an inside forward of his age. So if he just improves and he improves that 4 or 5 points that I need for him to improve, then he's going to be insane and definitely a starter for us. So could be a little risky if he doesn't develop, but I'm doing everything for him to develop as that inside forward. So really hoping to see what he will turn out. Then someone you might already know, Rooney Bargi. A lot of people buy this guy, and I saw him running around. I was like, yeah, I need to get this guy. According to my scouts and to my Excel sheet, I really needed to get this guy in. He's already played 3 games for us, didn't have the best average rating, but he's a backup for now, so he can just play whenever our main team is out. And then also, of course, you already saw that last episode, Simon Pafundi, the Italian guy. We bought him in, and then we loaned him out immediately. And then also 2 big name signings. We sold, of course, Casemiro, and I needed a replacement. So welcome to Manchester United, Giorgio Scalvini. Scalvini is an insane wonder kid, 20 years old. This guy is already a starter. We're going to be playing him as the ball-winning midfielder. And he's going to be insane. Look at those mentals, look at those technicals, physicals. This guy can still improve, and he's a one-on-one improvement on Casemiro and 12 years older. I did spend 30 more million on him, but I don't really mind. This guy is insane, and he's going to be replacing Casemiro in that midfield. And then I had some money left over, and I thought of a position where I wanted to improve, and where I wanted to improve was that midfield position, that Segundo Volante position, because currently Mount is playing there and he's not very good. He's very versatile but just not very good. So we brought in the wonder kid, which you may already know, João Neves from Benfica. 60 million we had to pay for him. Insane mentals, great technicals, great physicals. If this guy improves a lot more, then he's going to be insane for our team. And he is, let me tell you, already a starter, because in that Segundo Volante position, he is one of the best in the game already. Very well rounded, that makes him so good in that position. And if we then take a look at how the team is looking, Andre Onana still in goal. I wanted to buy a replacement for him, but he didn't really want to leave. So I'm gonna try to see if I can sell him on, because I really want a better goalkeeper. Then Malacia, Luke Shaw, Martinez and Romero still in the defense. João Neves and Scalvini are 2 newest signings in the midfield. Jadon Sancho still on the right, Rashford still on the left, Fernandes still our advanced midfielder, and as our striker still Kvaratskhelia, still can't pronounce his name by the way. Then we also have as a backup Maguire, Inacio, Barco and Diallo as our wingbacks, Mason Mount and McTominay as our backup Segundo Volante and ball-winning midfielder, Garnacho, Anthony and Rooney Bargi as our backup attacking players, and of course Højlund as our backup striker. Then I didn't manage to loan out Echeverry, which we brought in last season for 9.7 mil. So I'm going to try to play him as much as I can for the under 21s, and if it's not possible, then I am going to be loaning him out maybe in January and playing him in my first team. I've also brought in Sam Wooden for our first team, because I want him to play with the first team but play his games for the under 21s. So that is how the team is looking. And then last thing I want to show you in this episode is how we've been doing in the Premier League, and we've been doing quite good. The victories aren't that great, with 0-1 and 2-0 over Norwich and Bournemouth, but the 5-2 victory and the 4-1 over Leicester and Tottenham are quite okay. So looking forward what this season can bring. We have Chelsea, Liverpool next up, so it's going to be very hard, and also in between that we have FC Bayern, but I do think we have improved our team a lot and we have gotten a lot more quality in, so I'm very happy with the changes that we made. Anyway, for now I want to thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. Join me in the next episode where we're going to see how we can do in our second season as Manchester United's boss. Anyway, once again, thanks for watching, I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hey guys, and welcome back to this series where we take Manchester United to the top again. In this episode, we sell a very important defensive player for us, and we bring someone in who you wouldn't actually think he could play on that position, but we're going to be retraining him to be able to do so. Anyway, a lot more in this episode, so go ahead and watch how it all unfolds. January is upon us, and let me show you how we've done in our second season as Manchester United's boss. So as you saw last episode, we did win 4 of our first games. After that, a kind of a rough patch. We have a loss against Chelsea, against Bayern, and a tie against Liverpool, where we could have definitely won, but we played pretty bad. Liverpool played even worse, so we could have actually won this, but unfortunately our team still isn't good enough. However, after that, we played a backup team and we beat Bournemouth in the Carabao Cup, also beat Sheffield United 6-0. After that, some wins in the Champions League against Atletico Madrid and Malmo after losing to Manchester City in the Carabao Cup, which is unfortunate. We then also drew against the Czechian club Crvena Zvezda. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but we weren't even that bad, but for some reason we just couldn't really capitulate on it. I played a backup team because I thought we would win it, but apparently it was harder than I thought. After that, losing against Brighton, losing against Luton and losing against Leeds, I was getting kind of tilted, but in between that we also win against Manchester City, so I don't know what's going on here. These were just very poor games from our side, also a red card in one of them, and I think in the other one we got a 97th goal against, so I was getting very frustrated with that, especially after that we had a draw against Crystal Palace. At that point, I got really mad at the team and said, come on, we gotta change it around. And we did. In our previous 7 games, we've won 6, or 8 games, we've won 7, and we've only lost 1 against Norwich, which, once again, we really shouldn't have lost. But it's just the gods telling us we can't really win those games, because as you can see, we beat Newcastle, Chelsea, and Arsenal, but then we lose against Norwich, so I don't know what that's about. Anyway, in the next couple of games we'll be playing Barrow, Leicester, Tottenham, Sevilla and Barcelona. Sevilla and Barcelona are going to be tough. I hope to win against Sevilla, and against Barcelona I might just let go past because they have a pretty good team, although in real life they're not that good. But we should be able to win all 5 of them if we just keep our current form going. And because we won all those games at the end of the year, we are now in 2nd place, which is not too bad. We are 4 points off Chelsea and Aston Villa, and City are 7 points off. So we're doing very good. We should just keep on winning. But it's just a shame because we are beating the big teams and we're not beating the small teams. So if we actually beat the small teams, we would have had a very comfortable cushion and maybe even be in first. I don't know. But it's just how FM works sometimes. The team isn't there yet. I don't think a lot of my players are playing very well. So I'm trying to see what I can do with bringing new players in. But we're just going to have to upgrade them gradually through the year. And then let's check out how we did in the Champions League. You already saw what we did. We did lose 1 against Bayern, but we've won 4 against Celtic, Bayern, Malmo and Atletico. So we're doing very well, also drawing from that against that Czechian side. So not doing too bad. I don't really have a lot of players who are really performing well per se in this competition. As you can see, Garnacho is actually playing very well, but if you look at this guy, he doesn't really have anything special except for his pace and maybe his holy trinity. But I don't think he's that bad. But whenever he plays good. So he might just be a starter for me later on. As you can see in the FA Cup, we're in the 3rd round. So we still have 3 competitions in which we're active. My main focus, of course, is once again on the Premier League, so that we can play Champions League next season. If we don't reach the quarterfinals this season, I don't really mind. I'm more focused on being a consistent top 4 team in the Premier League. And I think with the team that we have right now, we should be able to do it. But let's go ahead and check what the team is looking like. Before we started this season, nothing really changed. And still, nothing really changed. As you can see, who are getting a lot of games are of course Onana, but I really want a different goalkeeper. And also Barco, I'm trying to play a lot because he is developing quite nicely, although he does show red arrows now. I've tried to train him also on the right side so he can play on either side, because this guy is one for the future and I think he's going to be really good for us. However, I'm also trying to play Gonzalo Iheanacho a lot. Also red arrows, don't understand why, but this guy I also want someone for the future. Although I do think he's always going to be our third choice ball playing defender because Romero and Martinez are just doing very, very good. I'm also trying to play Bargy and Højlund a lot because whenever Højlund plays, he actually plays very good. 12 games, 8 goals. So that's not too bad from him. Very happy to see what he can do. Then Sam Wooden. I have played this guy a couple of times as a substitute when we were winning, and I just want him to get some playing time. I really think this guy could become insanely good, and for 14.5 million, I'm really having big hopes for this guy. Echeverry, I am not playing that much because I don't think that this guy has a lot of potential. If we can sell him on, I will sell him on. I haven't really played him yet. I wanted to loan him out, but he didn't want to go on loan. So maybe he wants to go on loan this season. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm still trying to sell Anthony, and I also really want to get some other players out my squad. But it's hard, you know, because for example, I want to get Jadon Sancho out because he's earning too much, but I also want him to give me some money so I can buy a replacement for him. Anyway, what I will be doing now is I will be going to and simming to the end of January. I will show you the games that we are going to be playing. I will do those off camera and then I will come back to you with how we did in those games, and also with if we were able to sell on some Deadwood players and bring in some new talented guys to replace them. Anyway, you will see me in a blip. For me it will be a couple of hours, but for you it's just 1, 2, 3 and we're there. The January transfer window has concluded and we have done pretty well in January, I would say. We are through to the third round, then to the fourth round, and now to the fifth round after beating Barrow and Bolton. In the Champions League we beat Sevilla and lost against Barcelona, but is that enough to let us advance directly? We lost against Tottenham, which was very unfortunate. 94th goal against, what made it a little bit closer in the Premier League. So I'll be showing you now how the competitions are looking. In the Premier League, we're currently in second, but it's very close now all of a sudden. If City win 2 more games, they're ahead of us. So it is getting very close, and it's going to be very close this season. I hope I can clinch out a Champions League spots, but it's going to be very hard, I do think, because our team isn't really running like I wanted to, but it's nothing we can do anything about, unfortunately. And then onto the Champions League. We did pretty well, winning 5 games, losing 2 and drawing 1, which means we qualify for the round of 16 already, which is nice. We don't have to play another game, which is really good for us, otherwise we would have an even busier schedule. And in the FA Cup we have been drawn against Arsenal, and with that out of the way, let me show you what kind of transfers we've made. Alright, let's start with the transfers out. First things first, Jace Fitzgerald, a promising youngster loaned out to Fleetwood to get some first team experience. Then also Claudio Echeverry, who we brought in last season for 10 million, only played 2 games for us and he needed some playing time. So I'm loaning it out to Argentina again, to his hometown, so he can get some playing time and hopefully develop a lot better. Then also Lewis Jackson, a youngster, just sold him on, not really important. Gabriel Biancheri, also a youngster, didn't have the greatest potential, didn't really get to play anytime soon for us, so just let him go. And then a big sale, Tyrell Malacia has left the club. He went to SC Bayern for I think a combined fee of 43 million and could be 54 million if he plays I think 20 matches, and he will definitely do that. So made some nice profit on him and got him out of the club. Of course we already have a replacement for him, and I just checked in my data sheet that his replacement is already better than he was, so not really too big of a shame that he's out now. Got a lot of money for him, so not too bad. And with that money I bought one person in, of course, Sverre Halset Niepen. You already knew this guy was coming in. We paid 5.5 million for him to Rosenborg, so that was very nice. He's just going to develop. He didn't really want to get loaned out, so he's just going to getting some playing time in the under 21s, and if he can play, he will play for us. And then I brought in, you may all possibly know him, Luka Susic. I actually brought this guy in because he's very versatile in those front four positions, but I am going to be retraining him to be a wingback, defender wingback in attack right there, so he can fill in that spot that Tyrone Malacia left. So really look forward if this guy can still develop a little bit, and if he will be a left back, he's going to be a very good left back. Maybe his potential ability right here isn't shown correctly and he could still improve, and otherwise he's just a good rotational player to have around, and which we can probably sell for a profit because we bought him for 70 million. So 70 million, if he plays, he's worth that any time of the week. Before we continue, I would love to ask you if you could leave a like if you're enjoying and subscribe down below. If you also want to make all the choices in your save based on data, go ahead and follow the link in the description. There's a video there which explains how you can use Excel and Football Manager to make all your choices when it comes to playing your players in certain positions or buying players based on data. Without any other further ado, let's jump and continue on with the video. And one last thing that I wanted to show you is the finances. As you can see, it has been going pretty okay. Like at the end of the season we get a huge influx in money. We get almost 260 million, but when it goes through the season we are really low, and last season we were at minus 113 million and now we're already at 132 and we still have a lot to go. So I'm very curious how we're going to be working with that, because if you also look at the debt, we have almost 700 million in debt, so that's going to be very hard for us to pay off. Of course this bank loan is almost paid off. This one should only be until 2027, so it wouldn't be that bad, but I thought we would have more income from our sponsors, but I guess we don't, so we're going to have to work with a lower wage budget. As it stands right now, I still have 21 million left and minus 40 in the wage budget, so I could still buy someone. I might do that when a good wonder kid comes up, but I'm not sure. I'll just have to wait and see. For now, that's going to be it. I'm going to be simming to the youth intake. I'll show you the youth intake, and after that we will end the video. Bam! Our second ever youth intake now. I haven't really seen many good players, but I guess it's just an average intake. Like I think the half of these players could potentially be okay, but not anything good. First things first, we've got Allen, a Brazilian wonder kid. I mean, he's alright, he just needs to develop, could become a pretty okay striker if he actually reaches that potential. Demoa, a Dutch wonder kid actually, or wonder kid. I just think with his ambitious trait he could become one. He just needs to develop a little bit more. I don't think he's really going to be it, but we'll just have to wait and see. Then Christian Jones, balanced personality, 14 determination is the reason that I brought him in. Okay, physicals, don't really think this guy is going to do anything. Same goes for Jason Nijhuis, balanced personality, okay technicals, 16 bravery, but on the wing I'm not sure if that really works for you. Then also a goalkeeper who I was hoping was gonna be good, 15 determination, however he's unambitious, so decided not to go with him, and that was basically all that there was. The other guys weren't very impressive to me, except for this guy with 19 aggression, 18 determination, but still not really the kind of caliber players that we're looking for to really make a difference. So unfortunately not too good of a youth intake, but it could be worse, I suppose. And that's it. That's the end of the episode. Next episode we're going to see how we did in our second season as Manchester United boss, see if we could make a run for it in the Champions League and how we did in the Premier League. Anyway, I want to thank you for watching. If you want to see more, subscribe down below or check out my channel. Leave a like if you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next episode. Hello and welcome back to this Manchester United rebuild on Football Manager 24. In this episode, we are bringing in 500 million worth of players because we do sell a lot of players as well. We get some old wood and we get 2 insane bids from Saudi Arabian clubs, and we have to sell those players for that amount of money. Anyway, before we start the episode, there's 2 clips that happened to me when I was playing the game, so I'm just rolling them now, and after that I will show you the rest of the video. Something I wanted to show you: Ronald Araujo is at Manchester City, and you would think, they paid like a lot of money for an elite center back. That's nice, like 120, 150. They paid freaking 299 million euros. Like, what is that? What are they doing with Barcelona? But anyway, Ronald Araujo is at Manchester City. Just thought it was funny, so I will put it in the video. Another quick thing I want to show you is that we have 6 wonder kids in the NXGN, the top 50 best wonder kids, and it's actually won by Bargy. So Bargy is the best wonder kid. Then Pafundi, who we have out on loan. Look how well this guy develops. Insane, very nice to see. He came in 4th. Asan Uedrago came in on 9th, I think, and he's also out on loan. Then Nipan, who is of course joined us just recently, he is on 10th, and then 5th Amino, and I don't really understand this one because I don't think he's that good, but he's also in. And of course, last but not least, Echeverry, the wonder kid that we brought in, and look, this is what we needed him to do. Just go ahead and develop, and he's playing games for Independiente, so that's good, really developing nice. So just a short thing that I wanted to show you. And after those 2 little clips, let's move on to the end of season review, where actually we did really good and then we really fell off. Let's start with the new arrivals. Of course, not that many new arrivals, 4 noteworthy ones. We brought in Giorgio Scalvini for 90 million. He did pretty well. I'm happy with his signing. 3 goals, 4 assists, but he's a defensive player. Very happy with him. Also happy with João Neves. 9 goals, 9 assists on that midfield. It's pretty good. Same goes for Bargy. And Susic didn't really play that much, Susic, but when he played well in that left back position. And Nipen, of course, we wanted to loan him out. Unfortunately, didn't get loaned out. Then for the sales, the players who left, of course, Casemiro at the beginning of the season, and Malacia also left, as well as Van de Beek and Wolfish. For some reason, still find that a very weird transfer to make. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's jump into the season results. And on to the season's results, and as you can see, we came in 2nd, and it was very weird because at the end of the season we were doing pretty well for ourselves, and even so well that we actually managed to be 3 points apart from Liverpool. So if Liverpool lost their game and we won our game, we would have been crowned champions. However, Liverpool won and we lost 3-0 at the Emirates. But 2nd place finish is still really good. I'm still really happy for that, figuring how close it was at the beginning of the season with this rough patch right here. But just imagine if we also win those games, we're going to be unstoppable, and we don't even have that good of a team yet. Anyway, in the semi-finals we did pretty well. We knocked out Manchester City after beating them 2-2. That was a 0-0 draw, and after that 0-0 draw, all the goals were scored in the extra time, and we then beat them on penalties. Haaland and Pino missing 2 penalties, and us making sure that all of them got in. We should have won this game based on the stats, but luckily we got back, and I was really happy with that already. Then we won 2-0 at home against Atletico, but then away from home against Atletico we completely gave it away. Like, we weren't even that bad, but we gave them too many chances and they beat us 4-1, which meant that we got knocked out in the Champions League, and that final is going to be played against Liverpool in a little bit. In the FA Cup, you already saw we got beat by Arsenal in extra time, and the Carabao Cup we got beat by Manchester City. So no silverware yet, but getting very close. Semi-finals, Champions League, 2nd place in the Premier League. I think next season we really have a chance to win some silverware. Then on to the finances. As you can see, the competition prize money got lowered a little bit. Don't know why that is. Maybe we didn't get anything paid out yet. No new sponsorship deals. A little bit more sponsorship money. And the rest kind of kept the same. We have 44 million in revenue for our merchandise sales, so that's pretty nice. And then how we lined up, I think this is a pretty good grid of how we lined up. I think Højlund didn't actually play that much, and Rashford should be somewhere around here. But as you can see, the front players are pretty good. We still need to really improve the defense, and I'm not really sure how I want to do that. I'm not really convinced of Andre Onana, so I just want this guy to go out because he has some very poor performances in some of the games. But overall, pretty happy with this squad. Let's see the accolades then. Record breaker Christian Romero, 14 yellow cards, 2 red ones. Nothing really as special here, nothing that you don't already know. Of course, history in the making. We didn't really do anything that special, and in the timeline, Onana wins the English Premier Division Golden Glove. That's enough for me to sell him, I hope. Anyway, that's all of our season preview. The next thing I wanted to show you is that we have gotten 95 million transfer budget and 350,000 wage budget, and what I wanted to do with that is I wanted to buy some of you, well, everybody knows him, Musiala. I really want this guy in my club, but Bayern, they're playing hardball. They want 187 million, which is insane money actually. However, I really want this guy in because he's actually insane in any of the positions that you play him in that front three, so either on the wing, in the striker position, or the advanced playmaker. So I'm trying to see if I can get him into the club. You may ask, well, why is that? That is because if we look at our contracts here, we do have Jadon Sancho and Diallo running out of contract, so I'm trying to sell these guys on this transfer window. And also Harry Maguire wants to leave, so I really want to make sure that this guy leaves because he's 32 years old. I'm not going to use him anymore, and he could just still really give us some money. So I'm going to be searching for either a winger or also a central defender. That's the area that I really want to improve in because I'm pretty happy about Cristiano Romero and Lisandro Martinez, but they're also already 27 years old, so they have like a good 4 or 5 years in them, and so I'm going to need someone for the future to also be able to pick up the slack whenever they do. I am also looking for a replacement of Shaw, of course, because he's also already 29. Valentin Barco I'm very happy about. He was really improving a lot, and he's now almost fully mastered to play on that right side, so I'm very happy. The midfield is alright. Rashford I kind of want to get rid of because I don't think he's good. As I already said, Jadon Sancho and Anthony could also leave. And Bruno Fernandes, I don't want this guy to leave, but he is getting like old now. 30 years old. He's going to be turning 31, so I'm going to look for a replacement. Anyway, what I will do now is I'll be once again simming through to the end of the transfer window, and I will show you what kind of transfers we made, if we made any transfers, and what kind of players we could bring in to strengthen our squad and to finally start challenging for that Premier League title and possibly make it very far in this Champions League. The end of the transfer window is here, and let me first show you 2 transfers that went on last season still. Harry Maguire went for 23 million to the Wolves in the Sky Bet Championship. Glad to have him leave the club. And also Jadon Sancho, who we brought for I think 95 million, 85 million. He was on very high wages and he wasn't really worth it. This guy like has good technicals, but mentally he's just not that good. So glad to have him out of the club. He didn't perform that good for us, so very happy that he is left. And those were the 2 sales that we made last season, and let's now move to the sales that we made this season. So the first sale we made was Amad Diallo. He came to us for 22 million from Atalanta a couple seasons ago. We sold him on for 25 million. This guy wasn't getting a lot of player time, and I didn't really think he had the potential to be a starter for us. So I just sold him on to Hellas Verona for 25 million. Very happy that I still got some money from him. He wanted a big contract as well, so just happy that he's out of the club. Then the second sale is actually a player I didn't really look forward to selling. I might have also been okay with him keeping around, but he wanted to leave as well, so sold him for 35.5 million, and it could potentially be 65.5 in the end. So very happy that he's left. Of course, McTominay, he was a player for the club, so he filled in a lot of registrations, but I mean 45 million is okay, I'll take that, and that helped us bring in some other players. And our record sale at the time, Luke Shaw, 100 million to Saudi Arabia. He's left. He's a good fullback, he's just not great. Very well rounded. I'm going to see if I search for a better fullback, and I hope I found one. Anyway, Luke Shaw is out for 100 million, and then let's move on to the last sale. And the last sale was Bruno Fernandes to Al Ittihad. I really didn't want to sell this guy because I think he's so great with all of these green stats, but in the end I did decide to sell him on, and you may ask why. Because I found someone who's better than him, or slightly better than him, and who is a lot younger, and I wanted to bring him in, and we got 143 million for him, and we could still get 30 million if he plays like a couple of games, I do think. He's currently earning 1.6 million, so I think he's very happy with his step as well. And we bought actually someone else in for that money, so let's jump straight into which players we bought in to replace all of these outgoing players. So the first and not so exciting signing is Joseph Tanganga. We bought him in from, I think, Tottenham, yeah, for 4.2 million. He's just going to be a backup ball-winning midfielder, so he's going to be playing in this position right here. He's going to be the backup for, or the replacement for, McTominay, and this guy will just do the job. Only 4 million, 45k a week. It's just an okay emergency backup to have, because Tominay didn't even play that much for us. Then the next player we brought in is Austrian midfielder Dijon Kameri. We needed a backup advanced midfielder since we also sold Anthony. We loaned him out, but done to sell him next season, so his transfer money will come next season. We needed the replacement, so we brought in this guy for a merely 18.7 million. Looking pretty good so far. Just want this guy to train up in that advanced midfielding role, but once he trains up a little bit more, I think this guy is going to be really insane for us. Then say welcome to Castella Lucaba. Of course, Maguire left, so we needed a backup center back. But I was looking at the center backs, and this guy is actually better than Martinez, so he's going to be our starting center back. Castella Lucaba is a 22-year-old French center back who we brought in for 101 million. So pretty expensive, but definitely worth it for a guy that can play 8 or 10 seasons for us. 200k a week is also not that expensive, and this guy could still improve, although the game doesn't say so. I hope this guy will work out. Didn't really get to see him a lot in action yet, and when he played, he didn't play that good. But anyway, very happy to have him in, and let's move on to the second highest signing this season. Well, scrap that. He's not the second best, the second highest signing, but he is one of the best signings. Jeremy Frimpong, of course, trained in England at Manchester City, so has that also with him, those registration rules, so very nice. He's a direct replacement for Shaw. Frimpong is going to play on the right, and Barco is going to be moving to the left again. Bought him in for 88 million. It's a steep price to pay, but I'm very happy that he's joined in. Contract of 195k a week, so not that expensive either. And now let's jump into the biggest signing I think I've ever made on Football Manager. And our biggest signing ever, Jamal Musiala. This guy is insane and a one-on-one replacement for Bruno Fernandes. We brought him in for 282 million, which is, I know it's an insane amount of money, but this guy might be worth it. I think I checked 6 times if I wanted to pay this amount of money for him, but eventually I did. So Jamal Musiala now is in. Very good player, very insane player, and let's take a look how the team is looking. Alright, and the squad's looking like this. Andre Onana wanted to move on, but no one wanted him, so I'm going to try again. Next transfer window. Frimpong on the right, Barco on the left, Lucaba and Romero in the center of defense, Scalvini and Neves in the midfield, Musiala, our newest player, in advanced midfield position, Bargy on the right, Kvaratskhelia on the left, and Rashford in the center of attack, although he is injured for 4 to 6 months, so Højlund is going to be playing there. Then as a reserves we have Altay Banjir, the backup goalkeeper, which I never actually play, but I mean, it's fine that he's there. Diego Dallo on the right as a backup, Susic, who almost is able to play in that left wing back position, so that's nice to see. Inacio and Martinez as the backup ball playing defenders, Mason Mount and Tanganga as the backup midfielders, Garnacho, Kameri and Nipan. And actually Nipan I wanted to loan him out, but I'm keeping him here so he can qualify as a homegrown player. He's already pretty good. If I just gave him some playing time this season, he might even become any better. So really looking forward to what he can do. And then also, of course, Uedrago, didn't manage to loan him out, so I'm going to try to see if I just can give him some playing time in our first team. Anyway, that's how the team is looking. Let's now move on to the finances. So after looking at the finances, we're not doing so good because we have a minus going into the Premier League season. But anyway, we can't really do anything about that. Debts and loans we have decreased. Wages we have decreased once again. We're at 4.4 now. In the beginning of the series we were at 5.7. So looking very good with that. Then what I also wanted to show you is the schedule. We have played 3 games. We have lost 1 and draw 1. So I really don't understand how we keep managing to lose in these games, because they weren't even that much better than us. We had more XG, but they have 2 shots and 2 goals, and it's Onana once again making mistakes. I really want that guy out, but I don't think another keeper is going to make like such an insane difference. We just need to play better as a team. Anyway, in the Champions League, Villarreal, Barcelona, St. Gallen, AZ, Real Madrid, Ajax, and Antwerp and Monaco. So pretty doable. Think we could make it through to automatic qualification once again, but we'll just have to wait and see how we do. Anyway, that's going to be it for this episode. I hope you've enjoyed. If you've enjoyed, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe down below if you want to see more, and I hope to see you in the next episode. Hey guys, and welcome back to the new video in this Manchester United series. This is going to be episode number 6, and in this episode we get a blockade from the board, so it's going to be very hard for us to do any business in this transfer window. I'm going to be showing you how we did in our 3rd season in the first half of it, and we're doing very well in the Champions League. I also make a tactical change, so go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out what kind of changes I made. Let's start off with a player sale. Diego Dallo left the club for Villarreal for 43.5 million in total. This guy never really played a lot when I was boss. The first season he played more, but this season he played less and less because I didn't really need him. Was a good player for us, just don't think he's good enough to really play Champions League or anything higher. So managed to just get rid of him for 33 million. Also loaned out Uedrago again, this time to PSV Eindhoven in the Netherlands. I'm gonna get a lot of playing time there, hopefully for the remainder of the season, and hopefully this guy can improve a lot more. And then also a youngster from us we've sold, Alessio Scandura. He was a regen, like not anything special. Southampton wanted to pay 2.9 million for him. Sure, go ahead and pay that. And that's basically it. Then we also brought in one player, which I already agreed that he was going to join us a lot before, but Jose Romero for 7 million, and look how good this guy already is as a advanced forward. This guy is going to be insane. I'm going to try if I can loan him out a lot. He has a driven mentality, potential ability very high, mentally insane, technically very good, so I hope this guy develops. Another Argentinian, bought him in for only 7 million, so I hope that he's just gonna get some playing time somewhere else. What kinda sucks about this game is that I had like a lot of money lined up, like almost 44 million, 50 million to buy in like other players, and I also sold Dalot so I could get a replacement. And then once the transfer window started, so the 1st of January, the board told me, hey, we're going to lower your transfer budget due to our financial performance to 900k. So all the money that I saved up to buy wonder kits or to buy replacements was gone immediately. So currently I don't really have a lot of money to work with, so don't really expect any other sales or any other players to buy in this January transfer window, because the board just blocks us from buying any players in this January transfer window, which is very sad. Anyway, that's just how the game works. Next thing I'll be showing you is how we did in the Champions League and how we did in the other competitions. This is how we did in the season, and as you can see we started off with some pretty rough games. losing against Newcastle, tying Liverpool, losing against West Ham and tying Aston Villa, while also losing against Tottenham and Brentford. It looked pretty there, so I decided to change it up a little bit because we were losing a lot of games which I really didn't expect it. For example, these games right here. And now that I look back to it, it doesn't look that bad, because in the Champions League, as you can see, we win against Villarreal, Barcelona, St. Gallen, AZ, Real Madrid and Ajax, which means that we're still unbeaten in the Champions League. However, after this game against Brentford, I decided that I wanted to do something different and I changed our tactic. So what I do with tactics, I'm not a tactic genius, I just take them from the website and right there I just fill in all the roles that I want to play. So I have also added the roles in the tactic to my Excel sheet video. In that video I explain how you can start playing FM based on data, so go ahead and check out the link in the description below. And after I implemented that tactic, we have only one. So one against Chelsea, which is impressive, Manchester City, Arsenal, I think Aston Villa were doing pretty well and we have them up next. So very impressive that this tactic suddenly seems to work. And all of this means now that we're in second place in the English Premier League, which is really good, really impressive as well. Only 6 points behind Liverpool and already I think 2 points ahead of Manchester City. But our goal, of course, once again is to finish in the top 4. Although the board expects us to win it, we're just going to try to finish in the top 4. And also for the UEFA Champions League, we are actually already through to the next round, because we can't really no one can stop us anymore. If we just win one of the 2 remaining games, and I think they're against Antwerp or Monaco, so easy games, we should go on and go through undefeated and hopefully skip another round, because with one win I think we skip another round. In the Carabao Cup we have been defeated by Liverpool, and in the FA Cup we're now playing against Bristol Rovers, who are in League 1, so shouldn't be that hard. And for the tactic that I was using, this was the old tactic with these guys as the ball winning midfielder and a segundo volante, and this is the new one. So not really a lot changed. I've only added the defensive midfield roles and the fullback roles, and I've changed some of the possessions. Once again, all these tactics are from the FM Scout site, so go ahead and check those out. One little thing changed, and that is that Scalvini and Romero switched places, because Romero apparently is a very good defensive midfielder with all of his mental stats. So he has moved into the midfield and Scalvini back into the defense. Other than that, I feel like all of my players are doing really good. I'm not really happy about Lukaba. I think he makes too many mistakes still, so he needs to really step it up if I want him to stay along for a little bit longer, because if he keeps making mistakes I don't really like it. But like in the last couple of games I didn't really notice, because we won a lot, so it doesn't really matter. Other than that, Marcus Rashford is on his way back. He has been out for almost 7 months now, so he's expected to be back in 3 to 6 weeks. I'm not sure how much this guy is going to be playing, because Højlund is actually been playing very good with 21 apps and 16 goals. He's doing things that he should be doing, and he is also improving upon that. This guy is getting better every day, so really happy to see that he is developing so much. Anyway, that's the whole of the tactic. What I will be doing now is I'll be zooming through to the end of January and show you what kind of transfers we possibly made. Once again, I don't think we're going to make a lot of transfers, because we don't have the money since the board blocked us, and we don't really have a lot of money to spend. I did save up a lot, like I said, but sometimes the game just wants to really make a mess out of it. Let's just say it like that. Anyway, I'll be back at the end of the January transfer window after we played all of our Champions League games, and you'll see if we can keep the undefeated streaks in the Champions League going. So see you in a blip. Hey, just real quick, if you liked the video, please leave a like down below and subscribe for more. It really helps me out if you like the video to push it out to other people, and also subscribe if you want to be notified of all my uploads. Anyway, I'm not going to say anything more, let's get on with the video. It is the 3rd of February, which means that the January transfer window has closed in our third season as Manchester United's boss. Anyway, to give you an example, we are currently in 7th when it comes to wages being paid, and look how big the gap is to Manchester City. They're almost paying twice as much as we are, but we really needed to fix the finances. And you can also see it right here when we go ahead and look at our wages. We have gone down once again to 4.2 million a week, which is still insane, but it's just not where we need to be. We really need to start getting some prize money and start selling some players for a profit, because our net debt is still 400 million. We did do some sales and we brought in some players in this January transfer window, so let's jump straight to that. Since the board decided to take away all our transfer budget, we needed to sell someone, and I wasn't really expecting to sell anyone, but then suddenly a bid came in for Mason Mount, 81 million from AC Milan, and I'm still getting a lot if he plays like a couple of games. I think 50 games, I get like another 20 million. So I'm happy that they bought him. He wasn't really playing for us a lot. Of course, we lost another squad registration player who has been playing in England, but it shouldn't really matter too much. I did buy someone who has the same squad qualifications as a replacement, not really in his position but just in the team. So let's go ahead and also jump straight to which players we brought in. From that, I think we got about 50 million, and with the 50 million we bought in 3 or 4 players who aren't going to be starters but are going to be filling in the gaps that we needed. So what you saw before is that we sold Diego Dalot, and of course we needed a replacement for him. So I was looking and I wanted some value for money deal, and I brought in Dennis Serkin. By no means an insane player, just a good backup. Played in England his whole life, went to Sunderland, and then we bought him for 16 million from Sunderland, which is not a bad deal for a backup left back. I'm going to try to retrain him also as a right back, but for now, as I do with all players that come in, I will put them in the roles that I want them to play, and I want him to become a fullback in the attack. Very well rounded, as you can see, nothing really special, but he's just a backup player, so I'm fine with it. Then the second player we brought in as a direct replacement for Mount is Aníbal Moreno. Mount was earning 230k a week, and this guy is earning 65k a week, and he's better as a defensive midfielder than Mount was. This guy cost us 10.5 million to buy from a racing club. He's never really left Argentina, but I decided to bring him in. He's a rotational player, he's not going to be a first team player, and he doesn't need to be. Well-rounded mentals, good in the areas where he needs to be, and physically just average, not good, not great, just an okay defensive midfielder to have in. So welcome Aníbal Moreno. And welcome Luciano Lucerno. I bought this guy for I think about 6 million. Another Argentinian. We're really loving the Argentinians. This guy has 17 determination, good physicals, great technicals where you need it to be. Mentally, he's already quite okay, and I have bought him and immediately loaned him out again. He's on 40k a week. I think he's going to be playing a lot for us if he can come over and start a couple of games, or maybe loan him out for 3 or 4 years. He's going to be either a starter or a backup player for us. I just like this guy, value for money, good deal, not anything special. And then I have one more wonder kid to show you. Say hello to Rafael Mota, who we are bringing in on a free. His contract is running out 26 at the beginning of the 2026 season, so we are bringing him in at that point. I'm probably going to be loaning him out. Mentally okay, physically very good, and technically he can still improve, but his potential is very high, my scouts say. So I'm going to see if I can just loan this guy out in the English divisions, see if he can get that homegrown status, and then he would be a very nice backup for us to have in the team. So nothing very special, but just a nice player to be signing on a free. From the beginning to the January transfer window to the end, I still played a couple of games. We did lose 2 of our Premier League games, so after that undefeated streak, we did lose against Aston Villa, where I don't know what happened. Everybody just collapsed, and Andre Onana put in another poor performance, so I really want to get that guy out. Liverpool was kind of expected to lose. They were just a better team away from Liverpool. At Anfield, it's always hard to win. But in the Champions League, we did win against Antwerp and against Monaco, which now means that we are undefeated in the UEFA Champions League and we get to skip a round, which is very nice, which makes our schedule a lot less busy. Anyway, that's going to be it for this episode. Next episode, I'll be back with the youth intake, with other fun things that have happened, and of course, you'll see the end of the season. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've liked it. If you liked it, please leave a like down below and subscribe if you want to see more. And I hope to see you. Hey guys, in this episode you'll see us bringing in the most players that we've ever brought in. The third season of Manchester United's rebuild comes to an end. Could we win any prizes? And what kind of players did we bring in? Go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out. Let's start off with the youth intake. It's an average intake and it's not good at all. The best person is Matty Kennedy, and this guy is okay, but he's unambitious. I don't have anything for that guy. Then the second best guy is Jack Hickley, which is just round out terribly. 15 heading, 15 passing, 13 technique. Can't really do anything with him. And then Max Wilson. So let's hope that anything else happens, or otherwise this is one of the worst youth intakes I think I've ever seen. The end of the third season. The 25-26 season is upon us, and let me show you how we did. Where we left off, we were right here. We just lost against Liverpool, and after that we didn't really play too well. Well, drawing against the Nottingham Forest and losing against Liverpool because we got a red card very early on meant that we also got knocked out of the FA Cup once again. We then went on to play in the Champions League, in which we did pretty well. And in the league we had mixed results again, winning against Luton, but then at home losing against Tottenham. It's just very bad. Then in the league we were still struggling a little bit, also losing 2-4 to Crystal Palace. No idea how that happened actually, because after that we went 4-0 to Man City, so I have no clue. Anyway, we did however get beaten in the quarterfinals of the Champions League by Manchester City on penalties this time. Unfortunately, that we couldn't really pull it over the edge in this match, where I'm pretty sure we should have won. But yeah, unfortunately the FM gods weren't with us. And funny enough, Benfica actually managed to win it last season. As you can see, let me just go ahead to the final. They were faced against Barcelona, held Barcelona on a 0-0 and then won on penalties, which is very impressive. They also knocked out Manchester City and before that Juventus. So they did earn it to win it. It's very impressive to see that they actually win it, but it's, I guess, just the FM gods saying that this save is going to be different because Atletico and Benfica winning it, two teams who you don't really expect it to win, but they win it, so that is a nice change of pace, I suppose. Then let's go ahead and jump into this season so far. This season I've only played friendlies. I've already done some transfers, but I don't really want to show them to you yet. I'm going to be showing you them at the end of the transfer window. And at the end of the transfer window you'll see what we did. We have about 90 million to work with, so that's nice. And I feel like we're going to be selling some other players. As you can see, in the Premier League, I'm going to be playing 4 games before in this episode. Arsenal, Leicester, Aston Villa and Brighton. I hope we're gonna get the 4 full points from this, but you never really know. So what I'll be doing now is I'll be simming forward to the end of this transfer window. I'll show you all the transfers. I'm doing it a little bit different than in other episodes because I think we know the gist of it. Nothing really special is being shown. The only special thing, and I think I can show you this because I currently have 51 million, so I did already do something, is that the finances are going better and better. Because if we go to the debts and loans, we now have a 117 net debt with still like a lot of loans here, but the net debt is only 117, which is not that bad. Of course we do have a really big loan right here which original depth was 700 and now it's 175, so it's not that big anymore, so doing very well. Salary wise, we are upping it up a bit more once again, because I did want to strengthen the team so we could really challenge for the Champions League and the Premier League this season. Anyway, I will be simming forward another month or so until the 1st of September, and then I'll be back with all the signings and the sales that we've made. Before I completely forgot to show you this, but we finished second in the Premier League. So once again, not doing too bad. In our first ever season, we finished 4th and now 2nd twice in a row, which is not that bad. We are one of the best, and we could really challenge for the title if we just win, those games against like lower teams. For example, Crystal Palace, Aston Villa, West Ham. I don't understand how we're not winning those. If we win those, then we're really challenging for the title. Because the big games against the big clubs, we're usually winning. So looking forward to this season, how we can do. This is how we did last season, and also funny to show you is that if you go to the XG table, we should have been in first. Oh, this is weird. I think this is the XG table for this season already. If I were to show you the XG table of last season, we were supposed to come in first, but unfortunately we didn't. So I have really big hopes that for this season we can actually do it. Anyway, without further ado, jumping in to the end of the transfer window, showing you what kind of transfers we made in this 3rd season as Manchester United's boss. So we are back. It's the 5th of September 2026, and we are currently in our 3rd season with Manchester United. This is how we did in our first opening 4 games. A win against Arsenal, Leicester and Brighton, and drawing against Aston Villa, which was very, very unnecessary, but sometimes your big name players such as Pafundi and Kvaratskhelia just really didn't turn up, unfortunately. We then also won in the Carabao Cup, which is good to see, beating Liverpool. We haven't done that a lot in this series. So off to a very, very good start. Only that one draw that really is bad for us. Anyway, I will be showing you now what kind of transfers we made, what kind of players we sold, and let's start with a player who left the club, but for a very modest fee. First things first, a very random transfer here. Carl Jacob Hein. I wanted to bring him in because I needed a backup goalkeeper, so I brought him in for 3.7, but then I found someone even better. So I wanted to sell him on, and I sold him on for 4.6. So in the same transfer window, I made a profit of 1.1 million on him. Nothing really noteworthy, just wanted to show you. Then another sale. Japhet Tanganga left after only just 1 season for us. He didn't really play a lot, and I just looked back at my data sheet and I saw that this guy isn't really going to be very good for us. So decided to sell him on to Saudi Arabia, 7.7 mil, made a little bit of profit on him, and also signed a replacement, which you will see very shortly. 5 more players to go, and the first one is a goalkeeper. Altay Banyadir left for 10 million to Saudi Arabia after we bought him for 5 million. Well, the game did, he was already there. Didn't really get to play a lot for us, was happy to see him go because I got another replacement goalkeeper for him. I also sold our other goalkeeper, and let me jump straight to him now. Because also Andre Onana left the club. He left for Al Ali, 36 million we got for him, which is a fair price. I don't really need anything else. He was getting better, but something about him I just didn't like. Last season he was worse for us than the season before that, so I just wanted to get him out of the club, and I already had someone on my radar who I wanted to buy, and you'll see that shortly. A much younger goalkeeper who is almost the same level and can still improve a whole lot. Then someone who I already told you about last episode. Anthony is leaving for Bournemouth. We agreed to sell him for 37 million, which means what we made a loss of 60 million on him. At Bournemouth, he's doing pretty okay. for us, he never really got going, but 7 goals and 7 assists, 6th player of the matches as well, is pretty good for Bournemouth. However, Anthony is now playing in the Championship because he got relegated with Bournemouth. Anyway, not of our concern anymore. Anthony's out and we got a nice little bit of money for him. And our second highest sale is Jeremy Frimpong. He's only been for us for 1 year, but Barcelona came knocking and he just wanted to leave. We could get up to 75 million for him if he plays, I think 50 games, that is, and I think he's going to do that because for Barcelona he's going to be playing, I hope, enough. This guy never really made an impression. Last season 10 assists, but because we changed our tactics, I didn't really have a spot for him anymore because as a fullback he's not that good. As a wingback he's very good, but as a fullback not that good. So I decided to just sell him on. A little bit of a loss, but with that money we also invested it into other very good players. And then the biggest sale of them all, Luka Sušić left for 60 million to Arsenal. I bought this guy 2 seasons ago for 17.25. He didn't really play a lot. Arsenal came in for a bit of 60 million. I was like, yeah, let's let him leave because I didn't really have a place for him to play. He's very good as a Mesla in that middle of the field, but we don't really have someone playing there. So Luka Sušić, after just 1 season, 1.5 seasons, I do think, he's left for Arsenal 60 million, and that money we spent on replacements. Before we jump in to the players who we signed, please don't forget to leave a like down below and subscribe if you want to see more. It really helps me out a ton. And without any further ado, let's jump straight into what kind of players we signed. And the first guy we brought in, Sergej Milinkovic-Savic. I got him on a free because he was let go in Saudi Arabia. This guy is 31 years old and still insane. Look at those mentals, physicals and technicals. He can play anywhere on the pitch, and I think he's going to be a rotational player, but this guy at 31 years old, for only 2 seasons we have him, is going to be insane. Very happy to have him in. Very versatile player, can play anywhere. Welcome, Sergej Milinkovic-Savic. As I told you before, the signing of Hein wasn't really necessary after signing Dean Henderson. We bought him for 3.6 million from Crystal Palace. He didn't really get to play in the first team there, but I really wanted him back because he fulfills some squad registration. He's going to be a backup for us, very nice, just a handy signing to have in. Dean Henderson as the handy signing on 75k a week for 4 years is a bargain. Then after that we have a very promising wonder, Mark Bernal. This guy we sold for 13.5 million for Barcelona. He's going to be a backup centre back for us, but he can play all down the spine of the game. So really looking forward to what this guy can bring. He's just going to be a backup wonder kid, but don't expect too much from him. Then another rotational player we brought in, Kieran Dewsbury Hall. He was relegated with Southampton once again, so we decided to pick him up for 42 million. This guy is very well rounded, very good in that defensive midfield position, and that's where we're going to be playing him. On 110 a week, fills also again the squad registration spot, so very happy to have him in. And then our second most expensive signing this transfer window. Welcome Noah Darvic, the youngster from Barcelona. Didn't get a lot of playing time. However, he did, but they sold him on for some reason. We only had to pay 77 million for him, and he's been lighting the Premier League on fire. 7.8 average rating, 2 goals, 2 assists. This guy is insane. He's a starter for us immediately. Very nice. 77 million is going to be a bargain. Trust me on that. So Noah Darvic, welcome to Manchester United. Our most expensive signing for this transfer window is once again a defender. Piero Hincapié joined from Bayern Leverkusen. We activated his release clause of 86 million and he is in immediately. He's going to be a backup, but he's going to be a very important backup. I showed you Bernal already, and Bernal is going to be important, but he's going to be more of a backup. Hincapié is going to be the player who we sub in whenever we have one of our big ball-playing defenders out. So welcome Piero Hincapié. I'm sorry to bore you with all of these transfers, but it's been a very busy transfer window. There's just a few more players, wonder kids, who I wanted to show you, which didn't really make the list. For example, Rafael Motta came in, we signed him on a free, we loaned him out to Bristol City. The same goes for Rafael Lombardo. Loaned him out to Bournemouth. This guy is absolutely insane. Good potential, perfectionist. This guy, paying 7 mil for him is going to be insane. Trust me on that. Loaned him out immediately. And then we also signed a few other players. Calvin Caton, we signed on a free just to fill in the voids. And also Stephen Bonny. Don't expect a lot of these guys. I just got them in for their determination. But then a big signing. Kenny Sutton, a younger wonder kid who we brought in. 17 years old, already looking insane. Model citizen. I hope this guy is going to go pretty far. 30 million paid for him, wanted to loan him out, but no one really wanted him, so he's going to spend another little season in Manchester. And then Dean Martin, also one kid who we brought in, also very good. Also loaned out to an English club, so looking forward to how he can develop. And of course, last but not least, a new starting goalkeeper, Dennis Simon. This guy is already better than Onana is, and he could still improve a lot. Very happy to have him in. Going to see how he can do in his first 4 games. He played pretty okay, better than Anana, I would have said. So very happy to have the wonder kid Dennis Simon in, and I think that's all that really happened. As you can see, a very busy transfer window with 676 in last season, and this season 189 in. A lot of different faces. I will show you right away what the squad's looking like. If we go to tactic, you can see how we're playing. So Simon is in goal, Scalvini and Lucaba are in the defense, Inacho and Martinez are our fullbacks, Romero and Neves in the middle, Musiala, Pafundi, who has been incredible development he's had, very insane player already, could still improve, so very happy to see that. Kvaratskhelia has gone to the advanced forward position, which means that Højlund, our top scorer from last season, is now on the bench, such is and I think I don't even have place for Savic, McTominay or Rashford to take with me. But anyway, Darvic is also on the flanks together with Pafundi and Musiala, like I said, in the advanced midfielder role. Then we still have Dewsbury Hall here in the reserves, such as Bernal and Hincapie. Dean Henderson also there. Marcus Rashford is getting injured after injury, so he's not really getting a lot of playing time. McTominay, like I said, and Milinkovic-Savic, and all of these players are out on loan. And eventually, we want to sling some of them down, but many of them are wonder kids, which I want to keep a tab on. To end off the episode, I wanted to show you who we've been drawn in the Champions League, and it's been pretty tough. Paris Saint-Germain, Red Bull Leipzig, Zulte Waregem, Braga, Real Madrid, Feyenoord, Lens and Shakhtar. So definitely 3 big matches against Paris, Leipzig and Real Madrid. But I think we should be able to go for automatical qualifying again. I'm going to be simming to the January transfer window. Once again, if anything cool happens, I'll show you in the meanwhile. But other than that, that's going to be it for this episode. I hope you've enjoyed. If you've enjoyed, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe down below, and I hope to see you lovely people in the next episode. Hey guys, welcome back to this 8th episode of Manchester United's Rebuild. In this episode we arrive at the January transfer window, and I'm doing a bit more explaining how I make the signings. All the signings I make in this series, once again, are based on data, so go ahead and check the video down in the description how you can also start making signings with data. In this episode I'm explaining to you why I buy certain wonder kits and what I look at for the wonder kits, so go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out how you can also buy the best wonder kits that are available in Football Manager. The first thing we're taking a look at is once again how we did in the league and in the Champions League, and as you can see we're doing pretty well. This season we have a way more balanced team and a lot of substitutes which can also play ball very good. So I'm very happy with the balance in the squad. As you can see, we're top of the league. Together with Arsenal. Arsenal have been playing fantastic football as well. As you can see, they've only been winning here, only drawing against Aston Villa. And for us, the same. We did lose against Man City and here against Leeds, which is just a shame to lose those type of games. But other than that, we did win a lot of them. Currently in the Champions League, we're also in first. I think 1 win makes it so that we already have the automatic qualifications, and I think if we just lose the second 2 games, it doesn't really matter. So I might just play a backup team, so I have a fit squad for the Premier League. In the FA Cup, also doing
Not very, pretty well. I think we didn't even play a game. Oh no, we played the Carabao Cup. We beat Bournemouth. I think that's the. Oh, and we beat Southampton in the Carabao Cup. Oh, also Liverpool. I think that was our first draw. So we're now against Tottenham in the semi-finals, and if we beat them, then it's Arsenal and Man City. So it's going to be very tough. Anyway, for the transfer budget, we have 31 million to spend, and let me just show you this. When I incoming transfers, I already have a couple of guys coming in next season. These are the youngsters that I wanted to bring in. Christian Norholt, a central defender, Danish, looking a very good, driven personality, coming in next season. Same goes for Bruce Matemelal, if I pronounce that correctly. A South African center back, also a very good potential. Looking forward to what this guy can bring as well. Sebastian Noir, and this guy is insane. I think he's going to be a defensive midfielder when we retrain him there. So he needs to train a little bit on his tackling. He will also join next season. And the same goes for Rodrigo Gonzalez, and look how good this guy is, 19 passing already. This guy is absolutely insane. He's also going to be joining us next season. So those are the 4 wonder kids that I can sign already next season. So I only have 2 more left. So I'm going to need to make sure that the 2 wonder kids that I do sign are going to be very good. I'm also trying to sign Warren Zari Emery from Paris, but he wants a lot of wages, so I'm not sure if this guy's actually worth it. He does have a very good potential, so might be a good buy, but if I were to play him, I would play him as a defensive midfielder. And he could play there very, very well, so might actually consider bringing him in, because his potential, of course, is very good. However, 31 million, don't expect a lot, maybe some pre-contract signings. I don't really expect to sell any players, but we'll see how it pans out. I will be swimming through to January, to the end of the January transfer window, so that will be after the game against Norwich. We will see how we did in the Champions League, if we went through to the final of the Carabao Cup, and of course how we did against Arsenal in a very important game in the Premier League. I'll be back in 5 seconds. For you, it's just a blip. Here we are at the end of the January transfer window, and I am semi-happy with how we did. We did win a lot of games, but we actually lost the game we shouldn't have lost against Arsenal, 5-1. We definitely got bettered. I don't know what happened. The whole team just had an off day. As you can see, no one really scored higher than a 6.4 from our starting 11. Really disappointed with our players, but can't really do anything about it. We did beat Tottenham in the Carabao Cup, which means that we're now through to the final, and we're playing Man City there, which is very nice. Well, I say that, but I forgot that there's also a second leg, so we still have to defeat Tottenham away from home, which is going to be tough, but we can do it, I think. Then we barely beat Brighton. We won our remaining 2 Champions League games, and we beat Nottingham Forest as well as Stoke in the FA Cup, and we have now been drawn against Sunderland in the FA Cup, so that's another pretty easy opponent to take out, I hope. This means that in the league we're still second place, very much ahead of Liverpool and Chelsea, which is nice, but Arsenal is still a pain in the ass. They keep winning every game as well, so it's pretty unfortunate that they're just on such a good streak. They barely beat Liverpool here, they barely beat Leeds here, so I hope that they're still gonna lose, but we also have a lot of tough opponents left, so it's going to be a very close title race. Then in the UEFA Champions League, we're placed first, so that means automatic qualification. So I think that means that we'll only have to play in March. So we still have, so we'll have a little bit more free time in February, which is very nice because the schedule has been so busy. Then the English FA Cup, of course, we're through, and the Carabao Cup, that second leg against Tottenham, and then we might be in the final, which would be very nice. However, the Carabao Cup for me doesn't really matter. Then let's jump on to the signings that we may have possibly made and the sales that we did. And all the players that left the club you'll see to the right here. So Finlay McAllister, which is a youngster, left on loan. Shea Lacey, also left on loan, also youngster. Stephen Boney, also, that was one of our first wonder kids, and this is his first loan, I do think. He's went on loan to Sheffield United. This guy, like, he's not going to be very good, but if we just loan him out, we could maybe sell him on for a profit later on. You never know. Then Dennis Sirkin, we brought this guy in, I think, 2 seasons ago, yeah, as a backup fullback. Didn't really play a lot. Brought him in for 15.7 million, but apparently made such an impression that PSV from the Netherlands wanted to buy him for 30 million. So that's a 50 million profit. I really didn't mind. He was free to leave for that amount of money. Then Lisandro Martinez, of course, has been with us from the beginning of the save. 61 million we paid for him, and we sold him on for 70. He was turning 29. He didn't want to renew his contract with us anymore. He still had a contract for 1 year, but I decided it was good enough for me to move him on. So he went to Arsenal. Of course, a very good player. And then I was looking for a replacement. Unfortunately, a replacement didn't really come because I didn't sign anyone. That was because I couldn't really find anyone who was worth the money to bring in. And those guys, like Lisandro Martinez, played a lot for us. Don't take me wrong, but whenever he played, he wasn't like outstanding. Especially in the big games, he didn't really show up. So I wasn't really too hard-struck to let him go, and I didn't bring anyone in. But what I did do is I brought in some players for next season already, and you can see that right here. So Konrad Leimer is joining us next season, joining from Manchester City. He's on a very expensive contract, but this guy has been everywhere in the top, and now he's coming in to fill that spot for Martinez. So I hope this guy can just play for us 2 or 3 seasons and really be that nice little backup that we need. Of course, I want to use him as a fullback as much as possible, because that's where Martinez was also playing. But also as a ball-winning midfielder, this guy is insane with 20 work rate. So hopefully this guy can help us with our squad depth. Then I've also brought in Warren Zaïre-Emery from Paris. This guy could be a very good fullback, I already looked at, but I think we're going to be training him to just be a defensive midfielder. Probably just going to be loaning him out. He's on a very expensive contract, I think 150k, so I hope he can just get some playing time and improve a little bit more. And then we have all of these youngsters, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 youngsters who are coming in, and they are joining at the end of next season, of this season. So then that's when they will be joining. And the most important one from all of them is Rodrigo Gonzalez. And look how good this guy already is. 17 first touch, 16 dribbling, 19 passing, 18 technique, 16 decisions, 18 flair, and 17 work rate. Insane player. What I'm going to be showing you in a bit is my Excel sheet where it shows how good this guy actually is in a certain position, and you'll see that this guy is 18, but it's already a first team player for us. Other than that, just some other wonder kids. You'll probably see them next season. As you can see, we have 90 million in the transfer budget, so our finances are looking pretty good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be spending this 90 million. What I wanted to do is wanted to bring in Nico Slotterbeck, but he was 102 million with a pretty expensive contract. And I wanted to bring in possibly Benjamin Sesko, however, also a very expensive player, so couldn't really get both of them in. So probably gonna save the money. I can't really get any more wonder kids in, so what I'll be doing is I'll be saving this money to bring in a big signing at the end of the season. Without any further ado, I'm now going to be switching to the Excel sheet to show you how that actually works and how we can see that a player is actually better than what we expect him to be. For the people who aren't familiar with how the datasheet works, go ahead and check the video in the description and I'll explain everything. For the people who already know, I'm just going to move on, so pause the video if you don't understand how this works. Basically, in short, every player gets a rating, how good they are based on their stats. So as you can see, Jamal Musiala, based on advanced forward, he's the best player that I have ever scouted. So luckily, he's already in my team. So for example, we will sort on goalkeepers, and you see that there's almost 9 goalkeepers who are better than Dennis Simon at this moment. Unfortunately, they're all very expensive, or Dennis Simon's only 20, this guy's 24, so I hope that Simon is still going to get better than that. I think, like, really, if you look at Champions League or Premier League level, Champions League winner level is 15 to 16s. Premier League level is 13s to 14s, and Championship is 12 to 13s. That really means that if a player is like 15 or 16, he's already insanely good to win the Champions League with us. And if you only have 15s, the chances of winning the Champions League is very high. So what I wanted to show you is if I go to teams right here and click on yes, and then if I go to, where is it? Attacking forward, you see a youngster popping up here, which shouldn't really already be here. For example, Pufandi right here, he's already very, very, very good. And also Rodrigo Gonzalez right here, you see him. He's 17 years old and he's already a 14.5 when it comes to attacking midfielder. The same goes for if we look into another position, for example, ball playing midfielder. You have Mark Bernal here, who's 19 years old. He's a 13.4, but more importantly, we have Kenny Sutton right here. He's 17 and a 13.2. And as I have written down here, Kenny Sutton, if you're between 16 and 24, you can grow 3 more points. Which means that Kenny Sutton is currently at 13.2. He has a model citizen personality. My scout scouted him and he said he had a high potential. So he could be around the 16, which means that if this guy trains up, he's going to be an insane center back for us. And let me now show you Kenny Sutton and Rodrigo Gonzalez in game, and you'll see why they are so good. Of course, before I already showed you Rodrigo Gonzalez, but you can understand from looking at this guy that he's going to be insane in either one of those attacking midfield positions. Because he already has 16 dribbling, 17 first touch, 14 long shot, 19 passing, and 18 technique. So he is going to be insane with a fairly professional personality. And of course, my scouts say that he has still a lot to learn, so he could become even better. That's the reason why I buy him. Then let's jump to Kenny Sutton. So this is Kenny Sutton, and as you can see, as a ball playing defender, if I can select it right there, you see 11, 11, 16, 16, 16, which means that he is already insane. He's 18 years old. We bought him for 30 million. However, his potential ability did get knocked down a little bit, but as a model citizen, he's always going to reach a high potential. So his potential is always going to be reached. I really hope that this guy is going to be insane for us, but it could also be a misbuy. The only thing I check is I check in the Excel sheet if the player is already around the 13, 12.5 rating and if he has a good personality. Because all the players that are in my Excel sheet all have recommendations of A pluses. So let me show you what a recommendation of A plus does to your player. If you go to player range, you see here it's A plus, A plus, A plus, A plus. But if it has an A plus for a younger player, so for example this Sebastian Noah, who's also coming in, you also see he has an A rating and his potential ability is 4 stars. Definitely 4 stars, could be 5. Then let's jump to another player, Fabiano Breton. He also has the same, but he is a 2 stars with a potential 4.5 stars, but he's a fairly professional. Well, this guy probably in my datasheet doesn't have the right stats or isn't good enough to really be bought, because he's probably like a 12 or just lower what I expect from a player. If I was playing in a lower division team, of course I would buy this guy already, but because his potential isn't especially going to be reached for my team, I decide not to buy him. So that's how I calculate which wonderkid I want to get in and which wonderkid I want to leave out of my team. Once again, the video explaining it all is in the description. If you want more information, just leave a comment and I'll try to explain how it actually works. There's a lot of different rules. I think right now there's 12 rules in the Excel sheet which you can use. If you want to use different rules as well, let me know and I can add them for you. That's no problem. Anyway, that's where I'm going to be ending this episode. What I'll be doing is I'll be simming forward to the end of the season once again. I will let you know if anything special happens, if we're in any final that might be nice to see, but other than that I will just be simming forward to the end of the season. I'll see if I make any other signings, but don't think I'm gonna make any signings. I think signings are going to be done at the end of this season once again. I hope you've enjoyed. If you've enjoyed, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. It really helps me out. And once again, thanks for watching. See you in the next episode. Hey guys, in this episode we're really making a run for it. We're trying to get the FA Cup, we're challenging in the Premier League, and we're trying to win the Champions League. Is it going to be possible for us? I do not know. It's going to be very hard. If you want to see if we manage to actually win the Premier League and win the Champions League and win the FA Cup, go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out if we actually did. Just a little clip in between to show you how unlucky I've been. Look at all of these injuries. Our keeper, our defender, two of our forwards. Masiala just came back from an injury. Hincapi, also another defender injured. Another winger injured. Nipan is suspended. I also have an injury here, but that doesn't really matter. I think Romero just came back from an injury. We have injury after injury after injury. I can't play a single game with my full first starting 11, which is a bit of a shame. Is it still going to be enough for us to possibly do well in the Champions League? Well, I guess you're just gonna have to find out in the next couple of clips. Next clip, youth candidates. Not going to show you a lot of it because it's mainly pretty shit. The best one apparently is Aaron Nilsson dos Santos, and he doesn't look very good. Then we have Jose Antonio, also doesn't look very good. James Harrow also doesn't look very good. I can go on and on and on and on about all these guys, but I don't think they're ever going to be making our first team. But it's nice to have a little bit of fill up in our youth academy. So let me just roll through these last couple of ones who have some high determination, but as you can see, nothing really special. So a bit of a shame. Very bad youth intake. Couldn't really do anything about it. We're back once again with another clip because I'm so fucking mad, so fucking tilted about this. Look at this. We have an XG of 3.22, 12 shots, 11 on target, and we legit score 3 times. They have 6 shots, 3 on target, and they score 3. I'm so fucking done with this goalkeeper, man. We really need someone who we can trust. The 6.2 is just not fucking good enough. I'm so tilted. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to include this, but holy shit, I'm tilted. The chance of getting the Premier League title now I think they're just done. I think there's no titles anymore, title chances anymore. We're not gonna make it. Something a little bit different at this point is we're in a very close title race between Arsenal and us. This last game we are playing Nottingham Forest, who are in 6th and they don't really have anything to play for anymore, and Leicester City, who still can climb a few places, are playing Arsenal. So this is going to be a very interesting last game of the season. This is the team that we're going to be starting with. Jamal Musiala is once again injured, so he's not playing. I think Darvic is playing in an advanced midfield position, and Højlund is playing for us. So what counts for us here is that we do need a win here, and Arsenal also need a win. If Arsenal win, then they're champions. If they tie or they lose, and we win, then we are champions. So first things first, what we just need to do is win this game. This is not usually how I play the game, but I have just everything on very quick so that you don't get bored with me playing this, but I just wanted to take you with me while playing this last game. We are playing attacking because of course we need to score against Nottingham Forest. I do hope that we will be the better team today, and what we'll be hoping for here is that Arsenal will tie or lose. And here we go. Our first goal scored, Romero. Hall passes it to Barco, who has been very good this season, and then Rashford just heads it home because Matt Turner came out of his goal in the wrong way. So that's good, we're ahead, but as you can see as well, Arsenal are also ahead 1-0, and that's actually, wait, before I say anything, Leicester actually score the 1-1, so that is insane for us. So let's see if we can build off our own lead here. Let's see if we can get a 2-0 in to make our lead a little bit more sustainable. That would be very nice. We are like a lot better than Nottingham Forest here. As you can see, 12 shots on goal, 13 now, 4 on target. So we should be doing a lot better. Let's see if we can get a goal to show for it. Might be pretty hard actually. And as I say that, I did see something in the corner of my eye. Let's go ahead and tell the team that I'm far from pleased, and let's make sure that they score. But I saw that Arsenal actually scored twice in 2 minutes time, in the space of 2 minutes. Felix and Faz with an own goal. So it's going to be very hard for them to still lose that game, because I don't think Leicester is really going to stand much of a chance against Arsenal. They've just been really good this season, and there's actually the 4-1 as well. So that is a big shame. All we can do here is just hope that some miracle happens, like Arsenal get 2 red cards and Leicester come back, but like I don't think that's really viable. I think Arsenal are just gonna win it here, while we just look at goal after goal as Iheanacho comes in. He's been playing very well as a fullback this season, and he actually tucks it in off a deflection of another player. So very nice to see. 3-0. Let's just go ahead and go to positive, because we don't really need to score any more goals. But I think this is going to be it. Arsenal have been the better team this season. They have been very consistent, and at some point they just couldn't stop winning. They just won game after game after game, and I didn't think there was a chance we could catch up. Then we kept on winning, and they lost actually 2 games, or tied 1 game, so it was getting very close again as we scored a 4-0 here. Rashford is just putting that in front probably. Now to Iheanacho to Romero, and Romero actually blasts it home. That's a nice goal to see there, but it's just not going to be enough. It wasn't enough the whole season. Arsenal have just been the way better team here, and that is just what the name of the game. I do think there was a little bit of hope when Leicester scored that 1-1 that Arsenal might not win here, but I'm just gonna say good work, lads, and it's going to be another 2nd place finish for us in the Premier League, which is a little bit of a shame to see, because we did play pretty well this season. But as you can see, let me show you Arsenal. They've just been, as you can see, only winning, getting knocked out by Inter actually in the Champions League. So they lost that game against Nottingham Forest, which I thought we had a chance, but then they have just been fantastic this season, so very unfortunate. However, there are 2 more important things. As you can see, we got knocked out by Tottenham Hotspur in the Carabao Cup, but we are in the final of the FA Cup and of the Champions League. I'm not going to be taking you through those games, because those aren't as exciting, I do think, but I'm going to be simming on to after those games, and I'll be showing you how we did. The season is officially over, and we have actually done it. We've won our first piece of silverware in the final against Chelsea of the Carabao Cup, beat them 0-2. Dewsbury Hall and Bargy at the end of the game going with 2 clutch goals. We weren't a better team, but we were getting better at the end of the match. So very happy to have won our actual first piece of silverware after just missing out on the Premier League title by 1 point. As you already saw, we did actually win a first title, which is good for Manchester United, because a big club like that deserves a lot more than just a 2nd place in the Premier League. So let's then take a look at our Champions League run. We did first beat SC Copenhagen, which was very nice, very impressive that they actually went through, because you can see right here that they beat Red Bull Salzburg. So we beat them 1-9. Then we went on to play Inter Milan, who first we lost 2-1 at their home, and then we beat them 1-4, which was very nice. We saw us progress into the semi-finals. In the semi-finals we had to deal with Tottenham. The first leg was a 2-1 win for Tottenham, but then we countered them with a 1-3 win in extra time, which meant we were through to the final, which was very nice. And in the final we actually did it. We actually beat Barcelona at the Camp Nou 2-1 from a goal from Neves and Lukeba. I was absolutely flabbergasted how we managed to win this, because we were the worst team ever there. The FM gods were really on our side because we should not have won this game. Our defense was poor, our attack was poor, we just couldn't generate any chances, but for some reason the FM gods wanted us to win, so that meant that we actually won the Champions League this season, which is absolutely insane. 3 seasons in, and we've already gotten that illustrious Champions League title after Atletico Madrid and Benfica winning it before us, which is absolutely great. Like, I can't fathom how weird are these winners, by the way. You never see Atletico win it, Benfica or Manchester United. So very, very happy with that. Normally, I now simulate to the end of the transfer window, but I'm going to be doing that in the next episode. This episode, I walked you through like how I play the game, and I also wanted to show you one thing, because Benjamin Sesko, a very insane striker on the game, is joining us at the end of the season. I'm paying 113 million for him, but his physicals are insane. Mentally very good player, and physically as well very good. He's going to be our starting striker, which means that Kvaratskhelia is going to move to the flanks, and we're probably going to say goodbye to Rashford. That meant that we don't really have a lot of money to work with anymore, but I'm hoping that I can still sell a couple of players, because I really want a new goalkeeper, because I just don't think that Dennis Simon is good enough to really be our first goalkeeper. So I'm going to search for someone else in the transfer window, and other than that, maybe I want to get rid of Lukaba, because whenever he played he wasn't great, although it says a 7.1. I'm not very happy with the guy. As you can see here, when you go to selection info, you see that if we just go to our main squad, you see Scalvini, it's below a 7, and these guys are just above a 7. Romero is getting a lot, like way too many red cards, so I would love to get rid of him, and he's also getting a little bit old. Pafundi isn't really stepping up in big games. Musiala I'm very happy about, Darvic I'm happy about, Kvaratskhelia I'm happy about. And also very happy about the Rooney. Whenever he goes in, he does really well. And Højlund as well. This guy, whenever I need him, he just scores. Also as a backup this season, 15 goals, 2 assists, playing very nicely. And of course, the other youngsters. I'm really interested to see how Kenny Sutton will develop, by the way, because this guy already has a lot of 16s. His potential is a bit lower, but I hope he will still reach it. Anyway, that's going to be it. I'll be simming through to the end of the transfer window, and you'll see that in the next episode. For now, I want to thank you for watching. We've actually won our first 2 titles, which is the Champions League and the FA Cup. Let's see if next season we can get rid of that 2nd place, as we already did a couple of seasons now, because I think this is our 3rd season in a row. Yeah, I'm correct, our 3rd season in a row. So this is the end of the 4th season that we have finished in 2nd place. So surely that must mean that next season we're finishing in 1st. Anyway, I'm doing some transfers. I'm going to see you in the next episode. You'll see what kind of transfers we did, and hopefully I will see you there. For now, take care and bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we buy the best striker on FM24. No joke, this guy scored 12 goals in 4 games. He scored 5 goals in one of those games. He's absolutely insane, and go ahead and watch the rest of the video, because we spent all of our transfer money on him. Go ahead and watch it and let me know what you think of this striker. Let's begin with me showing you how we did since last episode. We played already a couple of games because we had a very busy August. You can see here that we won the Community Shield against Arsenal, beating them 2-0, which was very nice. Didn't really matter for us if we were to win this, but we did win it. So that's another piece of silverware in our cabinet, which is very nice. Then after that we played Norwich, which we beat 6-1, and we beat Sporting in the UEFA Super Cup 3-0, which is very nice. As you can see, our new signing Sesko right there doing wonders for us, and you might see someone else there, and I'm going to show you him in a little bit. Anyway, as you can see, we've been doing pretty well, but who left the club and who stayed at the club and who did we bring in? Let's just jump straight into those signings before I show you anything else. Let's first start off with a player that I've been loaned out.
Kenny Sutton, who we brought in for 30 million from Hoffenheim. He's been loaned out to Bournemouth. This guy is already really good, but he just needs some playing time. And at Bournemouth, he's definitely getting that. 6 games already, didn't miss a game. So very happy. Bournemouth are actually also first in the Sky Bet Championship, which is very good to see. I hope Kenny Sutton will play all the games and will really develop there at Bournemouth. Then other players I wanted to show you are mainly wonder kids. Let's start with the cheapest one, Bruce Matamelela from a South African side, Super Sport United. Looking like a very good wonder kid. I may already showed him on 10k a week, very good potential. He's been immediately been loaned out to Everton as well, playing all the games right there, so very happy that he's there. I think Everton are paying all of its wages. Yeah, they are paying a lot of wages, so that's good, although his contract isn't that expensive. So that's the first player that we brought in and immediately loaned out. Then Christian Norholt didn't actually manage to loan this guy out, unfortunately, which was a bit shame, but this guy is going to be very good for us if he can get some playing time. Could be a nice rotational player. Bought him in for 4 million. Looking very good, 17 determination, 17 tackling, needs to increase his heading, but I hope that while he's playing for us for our under 21s and maybe can get loaned out in January, he will get a lot of playing time, which he needs to develop even better, and otherwise 4 million is a steal. Then next player on this list is Sebastian Noir. And Noir I really like. I was almost considering keeping this guy, but he has 18 technique, so he still needs, that's the only really good technical that he has that he needs to develop in. Other than that, he is pretty good. If he really wants to be a ball winning midfielder, he needs to improve his marking and tackling, and the only way he was going to do that was going out on loan. So he went out on loan to West Ham now, and I see they're not playing him a lot, so I hope he gets a lot more playing time. Unfortunately, he did get banned for 3 matches, so I think that's one of the reasons that he didn't play. 20 aggression isn't always good on a player who doesn't really know how to tackle, so I'm really interested how this guy will develop. He has a very unique set of skills, so I'm not sure if he will be a very good player, but the 10 million that we paid for him is definitely something that we can get back from him straight away, so that's good to see. Then our second biggest wonderkid signing was Rodrigo Gonzalez, and look how good this guy already is. I showed you him last episode. 18 technique, 19 passing, 17 first touch and 16 dribbling. Take that with 16 decisions, 18 flair, 16 of the ball, 17 vision, and very good physicals means that this guy is already very good, and that meant that we kept him around, and he's actually our backup advanced midfielder, attacking midfielder, so he's going to be playing a lot whenever I get the chance. So very, very happy that we got him in, and hope he can even improve a lot more than he already is. Then our second, or our most expensive wonderkid signing, Anthony Negreiros. This guy is the real deal. Also loaned him out, driven personality, 18 determination, very good physicals. He's lacking a bit in the leadership of the ball, teamwork, etc. But I don't think that matters because he has everything that he needs in the mental department to be a very good center back. Paid a lot of money for him. He's playing for Leicester at the moment, loaned out, and they're paying like a lot of his wages, I think almost all of it, yeah, and even more money. So very nice to see him getting some playing time there, and he will probably be in our team in a season or 1 or 2, I do think. I don't think he's going to be away for the main team a long time because he's almost already ready to come in and be a starter for us. And then, of course, last season we brought in a very big signing because we had the money for it, Benjamin Sesko. And Benjamin Sesko is insane. This guy is this is what you need in FM. This guy has it all. Like a holy trinity of 16, 15 and 15 for dribbling, finishing, first touch. Great mentals, great physicals, 194. And the most important thing is 16 heading and 18 jumping reach is just insane in this Football Manager 24 this year. Just being tall, being a tall striker really helps, and this guy has it all. Very expensive contract, but just look at this guy, 4 games, 12 goals already in the Premier League, which is absolutely insane. 9 average rating. If we also go and take a look at the Premier League, you see he is the top scorer with 12 goals. So he's only played 4 games, already scored 12 goals. He's probably not going to keep it up, but if he is, I am going to be so happy with this signing. Anyway, those were all the signings we made last season. Now let's jump into the new season because it cuts off, I think, around the 1st of July, and then all the new players come in. So there's a lot more to show you. So I have 5 big sales to show you, but the first one is actually William Brown. This guy didn't really have a lot of potential for us. He's an okay player, but West Ham wanted to pay 5.7 million for him, which could lead up to 50 million. So I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and just get rid of him. So William Brown is out. Didn't really know, wasn't really gonna play anywhere for us. His physicals aren't good enough, but West Ham really wanted him, so I just let him go. The next player that left our club is Isaac Hansen Aronson. He left to Aston Villa for 30 million. I am more than happy with that. This guy is a good championship player, but just not good enough to play in the Premier League for a club like us. So was happy to let him go. Bought him in for 500k, I think, even before I started as manager. So sold him off for 30 million, which meant that we had a lot extra money to spend. And then the next player let go was Milinkovic-Savic, and I was really happy about how he performed last season. But then Real Madrid came in and they wanted to pay me 32 million, and that's a 32 million just profit for a 32-year-old. So I decided it was good for me to just let him go. Milinkovic-Savic to Real Madrid. Very happy that he was here for that one season, but now he's out. Our second most expensive sale for this season was Marcus Rashford. Marcus Rashford left for 60 million to Real Madrid, and as you can see, last season he wasn't playing that much. He was earning 350k a week, which is just way too much for just to justify someone who is a backup. Of course he's good, but he doesn't really play very well when we need him, so in big games. So managed to just let him go. He only had 1 year left on his contract, so very happy that he left. Marcus Rashford left to Real Madrid. I think that fits him. He can play there against lesser teams, and then in big games I hope he just doesn't perform, because he didn't perform either for us. But anyway, Manchester United legend Marcus Rashford has left the club. And then our most expensive sale, Hassan Ouedraogo. Goodbye. This guy is insane. Like he could get even better. You know, we all know the potential of him. 16 dribbling, 16 first touch, 16 passing, 16 technique. Insane player physically, mentally, and very tall player as well. Brought him in for 50 mil from Schalke and actually sold him for 85 million, which with add-ons could go up to 108, which is insane. He wasn't going to be a starter for us. He was going to be a backup player, but as a backup player, getting 85 million for him already was insane. So I just decided I had to let this guy go. So Hassan Ouedraogo, I don't know how to pronounce it. We sold him, and eventually we'll get like a 90 million profit on this guy. So very, very nice that the first of the wonder kids that we brought in is now actually giving us some money, and that money we spent on 2 other players. And both of those players came from Benfica, the first one being Jurriën Timber. He was let go by Arsenal last season. They just sold him on with a little bit of profit, but I think this guy has a lot of potential, so I brought him in. 61 million for Jurriën Timber as a backup ball playing defender, but he can play anywhere where we need him. Also as a defensive midfielder, right or left back, which is very nice. And this guy has it all, if you could say. Like, technically he has 15s and a 13 for heading, not being that tall, but physically very good, and mentally he's insane. So very happy to have him in as a backup. Pretty expensive contract, but we just needed some more backup because last season we just had so many injuries, and that may have costed us the Premier League title. But this year we have a lot more rotation. That was one thing you always saw me complaining about last season, and that was the goalkeeping position. And I have replaced our starting goalkeeper Simon with Antonoli Trubin. He was at Benfica after being bought from Shakhtar. We brought him now in for 75 million. He was valued a lot more, but eventually he wanted to leave, and Benfica accepted 75 million straight on. So very happy with this guy being in We now loaned out Simon and we have Dean Henderson as our backup, but this guy is definitely our starting number one. 19 jumping reach, 19 aerial reach, 16 handling. Just a very, very, very good goalkeeper, which is definitely Champions League quality, Champions League final quality, and Premier League top quality. So very happy with this guy. 75 million is a steal in this market. So Anthony Trubin on a very expensive contract for a goalkeeper in for the coming 4 years. And other than that, I still wanted to show you 2 more signings that we made. Konrad Leimer, of course, on a free contract, is now our backup fullback for 2 years. He's only playing for us for 2 years. Very expensive contract, so I hope that after those 2 years he will leave as well. Or maybe it's 3. We'll see about that. But very happy to have him in. Hopefully he will just do fine as that squad player status that we gave him. And then also Warren Zaïre-Emery. Actually wanted to loan this guy out, but eventually no one really wanted him. So he's going to get some playing time in the under 21s and then whenever we need him for our main team. Very happy to have him in. A very good wonder kid. Hope he can still develop. Got him in on a free from Paris because they didn't want to renew his contract. So very happy to have Warren Zaïre-Emery in. And then as well, I have of course loaned out a ton of players. You can see them all right here. Some of them with some fees that we get some extra money from them. And the most noteworthy one is, I think, Claudio Echeverri. Brought this guy in at the beginning of the series. He isn't really going to be a first team player, so I actually wanted to sell him on, but no one wanted him, so I decided to loan him out again so he can get some playing time and earn some more interest in him, hopefully. Then Nipan also loaned him out. Very noteworthy player we brought in. Went to Arsenal first, now to Chelsea. I hope he can get some playing time. I think he's going to be a backup player for us. I don't think he's ever going to be a starter, but I just hope he can develop a little bit more at Chelsea and then come back and be that backup that we need. And other than that, just a lot of different youngsters that we have loaned out, so nothing really noteworthy anymore. And with all of that said and done, we still have 75 million in transfer budget left. And I couldn't really get any wonder kits because you can only buy 6 from outside of Europe. So I may spend this money on some English wonder kits. I'm not quite sure about that yet. However, we are doing very well finance-wise now. We are 230 million in the positive budget and we haven't been that after a transfer season. So very happy with that. Our debts and loans have also shrunken a lot. We almost don't have anything left, which is very good to see. However, our wages did go back up again. We are now at 5.8, so that's almost as high as when we started. But of course now we are clean with the debts. We have good income when it comes to our finances, and each year we are reaching that Champions League stage, and that gives us like a lot more money, you wouldn't believe. And other than that, of course, we're also getting in a lot of money from our sponsors, like 105 million per year for our sponsors, then 69 million 69 for other things, main kit. Like we're getting a lot of money in, which is good to see, but hopefully we can just start growing our transfer budget and eventually really start buying some big players, which makes it easier for us to stay on the top of Europe. And again, what I'll be doing is I'll be simming through to January and you'll be seeing how we are gonna do in the Champions League. We have Paris, Sporting, Vigo, Braga, Inter, Porto, Slavia Prague and Ajax, which is pretty tough, but I think we should be able to manage. If we beat Paris, I think we should be good already. So the rest should be a walk in the park, but of course, you never know. In FA Cup we haven't been drawn yet. In the Carabao Cup we have been drawn against Watford. The UEFA Super Cup we have won and the English Community Shield have won. And the team currently is looking like this. So if we go to the main squad, it looks like this. Iheanacho and Hincapi as fullbacks, Lukaba and Scalvini in the middle of defense, Neves and Romero still in the middle of our midfield as the defensive midfielders, Musiala as our advanced midfielder, Darvic and Kvaratskhelia on the flanks, and Sesko as an advanced forward in the attack. Very good to see. Then on the bench we have Konrad Leimer, Jurgen Timber, Mark Banal, Valentin Barco, who's still here. Really impressed with this guy. Whenever he plays very good. So very happy with him and his versatility. Then we have Anibal Moreno, the Argentinian
defensive midfielder who we brought in, but actually he can leave, but it's good to have him in. Then Dewsbury Hall, Simon Pafundi, who lost his starting squad when Darvic came in, but he still, whenever he played very well for us. Then Rodrigo Gonzalez, of course, the wonder kid, already played 2 games for us. He is on the bench always. Then Hoyland on the bench as our advanced forward in the reserves. Rooney, Bargi as well. And then we still have a lot of talent here. Ben Stardai, Christian Noord, Sjoikwist, a couple of wonder kids that we brought in, and Luciano, who actually I wanted to loan out because this guy could be a very good striker, but unfortunately he got injured for 2 to 4 months, so we couldn't really do anything with that. And then also on the bench, Garnacho. Want to get rid of this guy because he is not good enough to play for us. He played for Paris last season and he did very well, but no one wanted him this season, so I'm just looking to sell him on. And of course McTominay, who we are always going to keep here for this wage, and of course he's homegrown, so very nice to have him as a backup. Anyway, that's the team. For now, I'll be swinging forward to the beginning of the January transfer window. I will be back, I will show you how we've done, and I will show you what kind of transfers we made in that season. And other than that, there's one more thing I wanted to show you. If you can ever get your hands on this guy, get your hands on him, because 12 goals in 4 games is absolutely insane. Benjamin Sesko is the name. Whenever you have 130 million living around, get this guy immediately. Anyway, that's all for this episode. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next one. For now, take care. In this episode we play the Carabao Cup semi-final. I will show you how I manage my team during the games and what I do to get the best result out of the games that I play. Also, in this episode we sign a very big player and I show you the insane squad that we're currently working with, and if this squad can't win the Premier League for the couple of 4 or 5 seasons, then I don't know anymore, because this squad is absolutely insane. Before anything else, I wanted to show you this. We are planning to upgrade the capacity of our stadium to 84,000. That's insane. That's an insane amount. That's so good. If we also go to club info and then go to history, no facilities, you see we currently have a 75,000 all-seater, and with this we get 10,000 more people in Old Trafford, which is absolutely insane. 85,000 people. I hope after that we can still improve it, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, just wanted to show you. Either we're gonna jump into another clip in a bit, or we are jumping to the beginning of the January transfer window. In the previous episode we left off at the 3-0 victory over Norwich. After that we had only but victories, and very nice victories in the Premier League. As you can see, 5-1 against Liverpool, 6-1 against Aston Villa. We had an 8-2 victory over Arsenal, a 7-2 over Man City, while we're scoring a lot and we're doing really good. In the Champions League, however, I've been playing a backup side because I need some rotation and I really want to win the Championship, the Premier League this year. So you can see we do have 2 losses against Paris Saint-Germain and against Porto, which is unfortunate, but nothing really major. As well as wins in the Carabao Cup quarter-final, so we made it pretty far, and in the FA Cup, where we played in the 4th round. We're shortly playing in the 3rd round, where we'll be taking on Aston Villa, and let me show you where we're standing with all of that. So of course we didn't lose in the Premier League, so we're still in first, 11 points clear of 2nd Newcastle, so we're doing very good. Can't really wait. I think it's too early to say that we're champions, but if we can just keep on this form, we should definitely win the Premier League. And let me just show you one thing. Sesko has scored 32 games in I think 18 matches, 19 matches, 32 goals. Isn't that just absolutely insane for a striker? He's even outscoring Haaland, and he's actually been crowned the best player in the world, which is very nice to see. As for the Champions League, we are currently in 8th, but the 2 matches that we still have to play are against Ajax and Slavia Prague. So I take it we win those, which will give us up to 18 points, and that will probably mean that we make it through to the next round without having to play an extra round, which would be nice.
Then in the Carabao Cup, we have been matched against Nottingham Forest for 2 games. So if we just win those again, in the Carabao Cup, always playing a backup squad, but we're also doing well. And in the English FA Cup, we have been matched against Aston Villa, which is also fine by me. We should be able to take them on, although they are still a Premier League side. As for the transfers out, I can already show you that 2 players have left the club. Ariel Moreno, a backup defensive midfielder, left the club for Al Arabi. He didn't really play a lot for us. He was a backup nonetheless. 10.5 million, sold him for 12.7, so made a nice little profit on him. And then a big sale, Garnacho. I didn't really need him anymore. This guy is good, but just not good enough. Sold him to Paris for 50 million, where he's earning almost 400,000k a week, which is insane. He didn't really get a lot of playing time for us. Wanted to get him on, moved him on. Was alright with me. This guy, we made a nice little profit on him, which means that now we have 145 million to spend, which means we can buy a big player. But I'm not sure if I'm actually going to do that, because I think the team, how it's looking right now, is good. Maybe I will bring in a world-class player to be on the bench, but I'm not sure yet. Anyway, I will look if there's anyone available for us to buy and see if they're worth it to get in. Otherwise, I will see if I can find some more of those very insane wonder kids. Anyway, for now, I'll be simming to the end of the January transfer window, and I'll be showing you the business that we did and how our last 2 games in the UEFA Champions League were, and of course, if we made it through to the final of the Carabao Cup. So I'll be back to you at the 3rd of February. Hey, before we sim through, I want to ask you if you could leave a like. It really helps me out, and subscribe down below if you want to see more. If you also want to make choices based on data, go ahead and watch the video in the description. In that video I explain perfectly how you can play with Excel and Football Manager to sign the perfect players for your team. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump straight into the end of the January transfer window. The January transfer window has concluded once again, and as you can see, we had to play a lot of games and we won all of the games. You already saw last episode that we drew against Tottenham. We then beat Aston Villa 1-0 in the FA 3rd round, and then also beat Liverpool 1-0 in the 4th round, which means that right now we are in the 5th round against Newcastle. And as you can see, we could have drawn any other easier team, but we draw Newcastle, who are currently 2nd in the Premier League. So, bit unlucky there, but we should be able to beat them anyway. Also, in the Champions League, we did beat Slavia Prague and Ajax with a backup squad, so very happy to see. And as you can see, the attendance here is 75,000, and in half a year it will be 85,000. So we have 10,000 more places. That would be very nice. Then also in the Premier League, we won against Norwich, Chelsea and Aston Villa, which now means we are still 1st in the league with a 10 points cushion, and we are actually playing Newcastle United on the 5th. So if we win that game, I think it's going to be pretty sure that we win the league. We haven't lost yet this season. We've only drawn 3 times, and actually against teams where you don't really expect it from, but the chances are very likely that we will win the Premier League this season, and I'm not going to jinx it any further. In the Champions League, we did lose 2 games, as you saw in the previous episode. However, right now we won the last 2 games, which means that we ended on 18 points, and 18 points was enough for automatic qualification, so we don't have to play an extra round, which will be very nice. That means that we have a less busy schedule, but of course, since we're still in the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup, it's kind of a busy schedule. For the Carabao Cup, we are going to be playing Nottingham Forest, and I wanted to take you with me on that match to see what I do and how I manage the team. And other than that, I am going to show you what kind of transfers we made in this January transfer window. Not a lot happened, but some noteworthy sales and players in, which I think you might find interesting. So to the right here, you'll see a couple of loans. Mainly loans, and the biggest loan of them all is Mark Bernal. He was a backup center back for us, and whenever he played pretty well, and I wanted to see this guy develop, but I decided to loan him out because we brought someone else in. So on deadline day he left to Benfica, where he's hopefully going to be playing a lot,
and get some more match experience on a higher level. And then we sold Kobe Mainu. I think it's one of the last players that are actually at Manchester United when you start the game. But Kobe Mainu, we didn't really play him a lot. He came from the youth academy, 12.5 million to Al Weda in Saudi Arabian league. Well, they're actually not in a division, so I'm not sure um, if they play in the Saudi professional league. Oh, I just can't click it. Okay, so went to Saudi Arabia, all fine by me. And also Danny Lawson, I think one of our first wonder kids that we've sold. This guy wasn't going to get anywhere. Professional mentality, but his potential is just not high enough. So managed to sell him on to Pantedope, aka Napoli, for 6 million, which is more than fine by me. So very happy that they left. And then also who we brought in, not really anything noteworthy. What I did bring in is a backup goalkeeper for it's a lot of money, 22 million, but I think this guy can get a lot better than actually shown here on the report, because it's only a 3.5 star. However, this guy has it all, and he's already better or the same than Dean Henderson, so I'm very happy to see what this guy can bring. And then we've also got Andreas Cerda, another wonder kid, which I immediately loaned out to Crystal Palace. This guy is a right back, and I think with the proper training he could become a very nice starting player for us, or even a backup on that right or left or middle side. So let's see what kind of playing time he can get at Crystal Palace in the Championship. And then the biggest signing of them all, Nico Slotterbeck, a player which I already wanted like 4 or 5 years, but all the time his release clause was very high, so I managed to not buy him anytime because I was like, no, that's too much, I don't want to pay that, and then eventually I pulled the trigger and paid 87 million for him, and this guy is an immediate starter for our team and is a very good player, I do hope. He's on very high wages, 350k, I think he's the second highest paid player, but as you can see in the Bundesliga he always did perfectly, always above a 7.15, so that's a very good. I hope this guy can bring a lot of more quality to our team and will help us take that Premier League title. Then what I wanted to show you is what we're paying our players currently. So I've given a lot of players new contracts. Jamal Musiala, I'm trying to give him a new contract, but he hasn't really accepted it yet. Or we couldn't really figure it out, but I want to renew his contract most definitely. And as you can see, he's earning a lot. A lot of players are above 200k. And I think they all deserve it, except for maybe Limer and Kvarskelia, because they don't really turn up. But that means with all those expensive contracts and all those youngsters coming in on high contracts that we do have the highest wage we ever had. But now it's a bit more justifiable because we are also playing at a higher level. We are challenging for the Premier League title. We are winning the Champions League. So paying that extra amount of money we really need. And then if you go ahead and check the squad, you can see that all of the players that we're playing are 3.5 stars or higher. This is the starting squad right now, and like all my attacking players are 4.5 stars or higher, which is insane to see and very nice, which means that they're all very close together. And if they're all very close together to Jamal Musiala, it must mean that all of my players have like potential or a current ability of 170 or higher, which is very good and nice to see for these players. So I'm very happy with this squad. I don't think anything can go wrong. The Champions League might still be a struggle because of course you have the knockouts, but I think the Premier League will be a walk in the park. Anyway, I was planning on taking you on to the game, and I might still do that, but I will just put the game on higher speed so you just see the highlights and you see whatever I do whenever I do it. Alright, and here we are, let's jump straight into the game. So what I usually do for the Carabao Cup is I have a backup team ready. So I have my main squad here, and what I do is I just drag in the players that are on the different spots so they can get some playing time. I always play them in the Carabao Cup because I don't really care too much about the Carabao Cup, and if I don't win it, then I don't win it. So what does that mean? My best players go on the bench, and then I usually just take like the players with me that I think can make a difference if we aren't winning. But of course the first leg we already won 5-2, so I'm just going to put other players in I would put Dean Henderson or Thomas in, but I don't really care if Dean Henderson doesn't get any playing time, and Adrian Thomas can't because he has already played for a different club in the competition. So let's submit team. Yes, go to the match. It will load up. Dressing room, and I usually just go point fingers and just click whatever my assistant tells me to. Go to match preview, and then it just goes in. We click kickoff, and what I usually do is I start on attacking, and of course usually I have this a bit different and I follow the game a lot closer, but because you guys are, because I'm showing this on video, I don't really want it to be dragged out too long. Attacking with this formation doesn't always work too well. What I usually do when I'm playing, wait, we have a highlight here, Barco to Bargi to Dosberhal to Gonzalez, the wonder kid, points it in, very nice goal. What I usually do when I'm playing against the better opponent is I start on positive, and what I will do now when I'm ahead 1-0, I will also continue on positive, because it takes a lot more effort, a lot less effort from your players, and they don't do that much crazy stuff. And when I'm playing away from big teams, I'd rather play positive than attacking, because if you play positive, then you can also go for a tie or maybe a small win, and I don't need big wins, or I don't need to take risks. I just want that simple tie, because if I beat them at home on attacking, then that's more than enough. This tactic, however, does tell the players to go stuck in with challenges, so I get a lot of yellow cards. However, I think the rotation is very good. So what I do usually here is hands in pockets and either tell them to do well, but what I usually do is just tell them to not let the performance levels drop, and I always praise them like that. And I think this is going to be a nice little goal. Oh, Zari Emery actually with a goal, and Gonzalez once again with a assist. This guy is insane. Like it's a shame that I have Musiala on that position, but this guy could become very, very good with the minutes that he's playing right now and his stats. Oh, he's going to be insane for the future. Anyway, let's jump back to the game, and always just praise them. When you're not ahead, don't praise them. When you're ahead, tell them to demand more. And here comes Limer. This is usually how we score goals. We just go in, and we have so many people in the 16 that it's almost impossible for them to mark them all. So that's how we usually score the goals. I must say, usually when I play Nottingham Forest, they get a goal back, 1 or 2, and it's going to be tight. But this time, not so much. And yeah, well, so what I usually do is I do shouts, praise, or encourage. And when I press encourage, it's whenever we're tied or down. And when I press praise, it's whenever we're winning, because that makes them happy. That's actually a very that's bad goalkeeping right there. That's good from Limer though. So yeah, still doing very good. And after the game, I still wanted to show you a little thing. I think I can do it now actually, because Sesko here. You thought he would stop scoring, but he scored 36 goals in 22 games, which means that he is currently the leading top scorer. And you might think, okay, that's going to be enough, but Erling Haaland is actually so close with 28 games, while Manchester United aren't even playing that well, and he has 28 goals. I mean, that's absolutely insane. I don't understand where this guy is coming from. Like, we're playing well, so you'd expect Sesko to get a lot of goals, but City is not playing well, and Erling still bags like 28 goals. So that's going to be actually very close for the golden shoe. But I hope my buddy can keep it up. Gonzalez with a nice free kick. Free kicks in this patch, they go in a lot more than they used to. Before they didn't go in as much, I really think. But anyway, that's going to be the match. It's a very comfortable 5-1 victory over Nottingham Forest, which is nice, which now means that we're in the final, and we're the final against Arsenal, so it's going to be a very hard game. But once again, I'm just playing the backups. So we'll see how it goes. If we don't win it, we don't win it. If we win it, it would be nice. Anyway, last clip will be the ending. Anyway, that's going to be it for this episode of Football Manager Manchester United Career Mode. Do leave a like if you've enjoyed and subscribe down below if you want to see more. In the next episode I'm going to be showing you how we did in this season and if we actually managed to win the Premier League. And I'm not gonna manifest it, but I think we will. Anyway, thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed and see you in the next one. Hey guys, and welcome back to this Manchester United Road to Glory episode. It's episode 12, and in this episode we are taking a look how we did in our 5th season as Manchester United's boss, Eric ten Unskilled. How did we do in the Premier League after finishing 3 times in 2nd place? Can we finally win the Premier League this season? And how did we do in all the other competitions? Go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out. And by the way, I made our team even better. You have already seen us win the Community Shield and the Super Cup, but can we also win the FA Cup in this season? Well, let me show you. In the 5th round we knocked out Newcastle United. In the quarterfinals we knocked out Norwich 4-1, which we also beat in the Carabao Cup. In the semis we beat Arsenal, and then there was a tough game in the final against West Ham, but we did beat them 4-1, winning us the FA Cup once again. And like I said, in these competitions I usually play a backup squad, but what I find very interesting is that Bournemouth actually made it pretty far. If they won against West Ham, a championship side may have made the final of the FA Cup, which is very interesting. Now let's jump into the Champions League. And the Champions League, let me tell you, was a tough one. We did beat Arsenal over 2 rounds, 0-5, which was actually not really expected because I rated Arsenal very highly, and last season they really made it difficult for us in the Premier League. So I thought it was going to be tough, but we did beat them 4-0. Then in the quarters we were rooted against Bayern, and in the first leg we tied them 1-1, which made it just a walk in the park. We had to win at home, and that's what we did. 0-3 is how we won at home. And also Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona and Real Madrid went through, and of those 3, I really wanted Barcelona, and that's who we got. But they won 2-0 at their home ground in the Camp Nou Spotify Stadium, so we had to beat them 3-0 at home, and that is exactly what we did. Unfortunately, Slotterbeck, our newest signing, came in clutch, 62nd minute goal, but we were way better than Barcelona, so very happy to see that we went through. After losing 2-0 at the Camp Nou, I was really not thinking we were gonna go through because we played pretty poorly there, but Barcelona played even worse, and if you look at their team you kinda understand why. Gakpo is good but not a top talent, Torre isn't either, and Bandeshil isn't either, and our team is just filled with stars. Anyway, after that semi-final, of course we had to play Real Madrid, and in the final in Azerbaijan we beat them 2-0 with goals from, let me see, Sesko and Kvaratskhelia. Very nice. They actually miss a penalty, and look who misses it, Rashford. I mean, if you look at the score, we should have scored 4 goals. Looking at the XG, we didn't. We played very well, everybody in green stats. Trubin actually played insanely good that game, and he also got man of the match, although he didn't score. So very happy to be winning the Champions League once again. As you can see, 2 times in a row now, we're doing very nicely with that. As you can see, Bargy, highest rating, and if we look at goals you see Højlund here, because I did play my backup squad a lot in the Champions League. I think almost only the backup squad, and they just got the deal done. So very happy with that, because then I could focus my main squad on the Premier League. Let's go ahead and see if we also managed to win that Premier League title. What can I say? Easy money. 100 points, way much more than City, Arsenal, Liverpool or Newcastle, who all got Champions League football. Tottenham in 12th, not very good. Sheffield, Brentford and Luton going down, Luton having a worse season. And I was saying that Sesko was gonna win the Golden Shoe with 43 in
32 games, but Erling Haaland, this guy is a beast. 44 goals. Like, he didn't even turn up, and then suddenly this season, my striker gets a lot of goals, and he scores one more than Benjamin Sesko. Of course, I didn't play Sesko that much because I really had him on the bench a lot of the games, because he needed some rest for the Champions League games, and in the Champions League this guy was also insane. If you get a 7.95 rating, average rating, you're legit one of the best players in the game. So Manchester United winning it again after how many years? 17 years? No, 15 years. Last time was in 2012. Winning the Premier League once again. And also, one other fun thing that I want to show you is that we have gotten a takeover. So as you can see here we are at the general landmarks. Of course, this has all to do with upgrading youth facilities and training facilities. Our capacity being upgraded right here. And then what I wanted to show you is right here, owner Avram Glazer leaves, and we have a new chairperson, James Dawson, who took over. And after that, we of course win the FA Cup, Champions League, and the Premier League once again. But I think, yeah, the Premier League is already shown here because we were crowned champions, the one on 4th, and you can see that in the schedule as well. I think right here against Luton we were champions, so all of these games didn't really matter anymore. So that was good because it meant that I could play backup teams, and then you can see I played backup teams because suddenly we lose 0-3 to City and 2-6 to Arsenal. But other than that, they were all backup teams, and if my backup team can win 6-0, 6-1, the tactic I'm using is really doing wonders. Anyway, them taking over meant that we also are looking for a new affiliate, and if you want to see how the affiliates are looking right now, it's like this. So we have Cincinnati, which we have looked for. They are helping us expand our brand. Dynamo Kiev, Midtjylland, Iberian, and Levante, and those 4 are only for the youth setup, and this one is actually to make sure that the presence of Manchester United within the USA will be a major benefit to all merchandising, and I will later also negotiate this one to also set up something for the youth. Other than that, our finances are looking insanely good. We haven't gotten it. We did get our transfer budget already at the beginning of the season, but then I already spent it on players, which I will show you later on. Anyway, 138 in, and that is because we also got prize money in, but I believe that last season the new owners also pumped 80 million in the club, which is good to see for the club that's currently the best in the world, because as you can see, we win the Premier League, the Champions League, the Super Cup, the FA Cup, the Carabao Cup, and the Community Shield. I don't think that we can keep this up. We can't win back-to-back Premier League titles while also winning the Champions League. I think this was one of a kind, but we'll see what we can do. The team currently is looking like this. I had a lot of injuries, and I kind of want to slim down the squad because so I think that's what we'll be doing. Because look at all these loans. I'm just going to see which players I think aren't going to make it. For example, Dennis Simon, I kind of want to get out. I brought this guy in, but I'm not going to use him anymore. So let's just go ahead and get rid of him while we can. He's also earning a big chunk of money. Same goes probably for Echeverry, who we loaned out to Sevilla this season. This guy just didn't really make it. It was a good signing at first, but after that we didn't really play him a lot. Bought him only for 10 million, and he's currently worth 50, so we could be able to sell him on a nice little profit. Anyway, that's what I'll be doing, and I'll be hoping that I get more transfer budget or some good bids in. There are a few players that I wouldn't mind letting leave, such as Christian Romero, now 30 years old. Let's get rid of this price tag. This guy, he's just old, so he could leave. If we also go ahead and check the squad right here, Scott McTominay and Dean Henderson I want to keep, but Conrad Leimer and Christian Romero could very well leave, such as Dewsbury Hall maybe. Nico Slotterbeck I think still has a good 4 years in him, but maybe like a bit for Scalia, and he can also leave. Of course, we do need a good backup for that, and there's one player that I really want, but he is expensive as hell. Lamine Yamal is like, if I look at my Excel sheet, he is the best player in there. If you want to know how I make signings, I do it based on data. Go ahead and check the link in the video for the video down below. You will see me explaining how you can play Football Manager based on data, and just make sure that you sign all the players based on their attributes instead of you thinking that they might be good.
Anyway, Lamine Yamal is really one of the best players in this game, so really want this guy in, but not sure how I'm going to make sure that he can go in because he's gonna cost me 250 million. So we're going to need a big sale or a lot of money to get this guy in, because I don't think I can pay the 250 that Barcelona wants. But if I maybe can just convince this guy to join me, that would be very nice. Anyway, what I'll be doing now is I'll be simming forward to the end of the transfer window, and before January this happens, we are expanding our current stadium by 15,000 seats, which is, I mean, quite a lot. Old Trafford is getting even bigger. 50,000 seats for 100 million is, I think, doable. I think in the long term it will really pay back what we need. It's expected to take another 15 months. I thought it was already going to be completed, but 15 months, so next year, August, Old Trafford will be even bigger, and it will be, I do think, the biggest stadium in the Premier League. Hey, before I sim through, I would love it if you could leave a like down below and subscribe if you want to see more. And if you do enjoy the series, go ahead and leave a comment why you are enjoying the series. Other than that, I'm not gonna bother you anymore. Let's jump straight into the end of the transfer window. That's it. The transfer window is over, so let's check out what kind of business we did. Before the transfer window started in the 27-28 season, a couple of transfers went through already, and I'm going to show you them very quickly. Alexei Bakhtin, a very young, promising goalkeeper, 18 years old, bought him for 24 mil. This guy is resolute, is already very good, has good stats, 2 eccentricity, 17 determination and 17 work rate. Means that he's going to be legit very good, and he's going to be a backup whenever Lunin can't play. Then we have Papa Matang Sarr. Of course, a very good player on the game. I'm going to be retraining him to play on the left or the right side in the defense, because he's one of the best players according to my Excel sheet in those positions. So he's not going to be playing there here, although he can play there. I'm going to be retraining him for the left and the right side for now. And then the last signing, Denis Salikovic. He's a regen, but look how good this guy is. 16s all across the board, 16 composure decisions off the ball, 14 work rate, 17 technique, and insane holy trinity of 16, 17 and 15, and this guy can still improve. Driven personality as well, so very happy with Denis Salilovic in. 60 million, we had the money to spend, might as well spend it. He's going to be a backup for us, so not even a starter, but very happy to once again improve our team once more. What I want to mention, these signings are all made based on data. If you want to also make signings based on data, go ahead and check the video in the description. There I explain how you can play Football Manager with data, and you can decide on the attributes of the player. You can just load it into the Excel sheet. The Excel sheet calculates which player is the best for which position, and you can do the same for scouted players. So go ahead and check that out if you want to see more. Without any further ado, let's jump into the players that have left. Of course, a little bit of loans, but those are already from last season. Konrad Leimer has left for 41 million. I bought this guy on free. He played 10 games for us, didn't play. He played okay, but he's a backup, and Paris Saint-Germain just decided, hey, let's spend 44.5 million on him. You can take him, of course, for 44.5, so managed to sell him on. And then also, something I wasn't really sure of, but Zaire Emery, I loaned him out to Chelsea because I know that at Chelsea he's gonna get a lot of playing time, already playing 3 games, and he wasn't really a starter for us, as you can see right here, 21 games only. So I was hoping that he could go to Chelsea, get some playing time, and then come back even a better player, and we can hopefully use him in the future. Without that out of the way, let's jump into the transfers that we made in this actual transfer season. And as for transfers, nothing really interesting happened in this season. I'm just going to walk through it very shortly. We loaned all of these players out, some with a fee, some without a fee. I decided to just get rid of most of them, loan them out again. They're still very young. For example, Lucerno is 20 years old. I don't think this guy is going to make it in our team. But anyway, he's at Montpellier, so we bought him in for 6.5 million. We can hopefully sell him for like 20 or 30 million once he's like 22 or 23 years old. Then Jason Nijhuis, just a youngster we sold to the Wolves. Ben Stadai, actually if you remember, the first season bought this guy in for 1.2 million, expected a lot more from him, sold him eventually for 4.2 million back to Germany, to Kiel. So just happy to see him go. I thought he could be more of use, but
develop as much. Same goes for Rafael Motta. Brought him in on a free a couple seasons ago. This guy didn't really get on. We loaned him out twice to the Championship and then also to League 2. But he wasn't really going to improve a lot more. So just sold them on for another little 5 million. Then a big sale, Dijon Camari. Of course, we brought him in for 18.7. Never really got to play a lot for us. Loaned him out immediately a couple times, and then sold him on to Sporting because we didn't need him anymore. Also not as a backup. And then Jurgen Timber, of course, a big sale. Brought him in for 61 million, sold him for 98 million. But with add-ons, if he plays a couple of games, it could be 133 million. So really an offer I couldn't refuse. So happy to see him gone because that means a lot of money in the pocket. Didn't bring in a lot of players to replace him. Michael Murray, just a youngster. I brought in. He's an English-born youngster, so I just trying to fill in the gaps for the English-born players. And this guy might make it, might not make it. I had some money to spend, so why not spend it on him? Then Frederik Arsener, also a Danish youngster, brought him in for 6.7 from Copenhagen and immediately loaded him on to Barnsley. This guy could potentially be very good. He needs to train up his stats that he can become a defensive midfielder. And at Barnsley, he does have the chance to do that. Then I had some money left over, so brought in Aaron Basic, and this guy is already pretty good. Don't get me wrong, he's very versatile, but he doesn't have the right stats and the right attributes. As an attacking midfielder, you do expect a bit more dribbling, first touch, and mentals. But this guy, as you can see right here, can still improve. Resolute personality, so let's hope we can give him some playing time in the first team, or in the second team in the under 21, so he can get some more match experience. But this guy is really looking like a big deal. And then, of course, Timber left, so we needed someone to replace him. Florentine Luis has come in, and this guy is just bang average. Very good mentally, physically okay, and he has the 18 tackling, which I really, really like on a defensive midfielder. So this guy is just all about taking the ball from the opponents, and that's very well where we're going to be using him in. He's going to be a backup player. 165k for this guy is a lot, but only a 3 or 4 year contract, so when he's 33, he's going to run out of contract. And I think Timber was even earning a lot more. Yeah, he was earning 200k for us as well. So eventually we brought in a better player for the defensive midfield position, a less versatile player. But when a bid comes in, like that amount for Junior Timber, I gotta take it, you know. Anyway, those were all the transfers. Not really a lot happened. Let's jump into how the team actually looks right now and show you how good this team actually is. So this is how the team currently is still looking. Very, very, very good team. If I'm not gonna lie to you. Papa Matangsar is an immediate starter for us if he can get more familiar on that left back side. Then Romero and João Javes still in the midfield. Gonzalez actually moved up in the picking order, and he is now our right winger, our inside forward. But look how insane this guy is! Like, it's almost impossible not to play this guy. 20 passing, 18 first touch, 16 dribbling, 18 technique. This guy is absolutely insane, and he could still improve as well. So very happy to have him in. Then Musiala still in. Gave him a new contract, 550k he's now earning, but this guy is worth it all the way. Look at this, 16 goals, 13 assists, 22 goals, 5 assists. This guy is the best buy. Also for 282k mil, he is the real deal, and I'm very happy we brought him in. Also for Scalia, we gave him a new contract as well. He's been performing very average, but last season he was very good for us, 22 goals and 11 assists. And of course, Sesko, well, I can't really talk about that guy, he's so insanely good. But just to give you like an imagination of how good the players are that are on our bench, Piero Hincapié, this guy is absolutely insane for any team, is on our bench. Inacho, this guy is absolutely insane as well for each team, also on our bench. Then we have a youngster here actually, Bruce Matanda. This guy is already very good, 19 bravery, and I'm going to try to play him a lot. I didn't really get to loan him out, but this guy is absolutely breaking into our first team already. Very nice to see. Brought him in on a very cheap fee as well, I think like 1 million. Yeah, so that's a very good deal. Then Valentin Barco still here. I think this is his 6th season. We brought him in the first season. He's not really getting a lot of playing time, as you can see here, but look at this guy. He's absolutely world class. Very well balanced, so he's still in our first team. And then Denis Salinkovic, one of these guys. This guy is on our bench. Imagine the depth that we have. Like, if one of our players get injured, we still have this guy on our bench together with Noah Darvish. Do I have to say more? Like, this team is absolutely stacked. I also still have Simone Pafundi here. This team is absolutely stacked with talent. So us trying to win the Premier League and the Champions League once again is really not a very bad thought. As I also still have Rooney Bargy here, which is also an absolute talent. I think he's been here for, yeah, also 5 seasons. So we're very happy with all of these players. As you can see, some players I didn't manage to loan out, so I'm going to try to give them some playing time in the first team or in the second team, and hopefully loan them out in January still. Hopefully they can attract some attention then. As for the transfer budget, I still wanted to show you 129 still in the budget. I wanted to buy someone, and I think if I look at my sheet, the really only optional player that I wanted to get was Lamine Yamal. However, his price tag is so absolutely insane. I think they want around 300 million for him. Yeah, I don't have that. Now. He's not for sale anymore, but this guy is the only player that really possibly could make an impact in our team and go to a starting position. So I'm just hoping that I can start keep pressuring him and start pressuring him to come join us if he wants to win a Champions League. Anyway, after that, let's jump straight into the finances very quickly. 470 million after the takeover. We did very well. We're doing insanely good. We have no debts anymore. We have no sponsors. We have a lot more sponsorships. I think we're earning like 450 million each year in sponsorships. I think I can show you right here. Yeah, right here, sponsorships, 433 million we're earning, and it gets more and more every year. So we're doing very healthy with that. Of course, our wages currently are 6 million. Our wage budget is 7 million, but if all of these players come back from their loans, then we have a lot less wage room, because we loaned them out, of course, we have more wage room. Anyway, that's going to be it. The schedule is going to be looking like this. We have Atletico, Porto, Dinamo, Southampton, Celtic, Barcelona, AC Milan, Drivna, I've never heard of those, Slovakian first league, okay, and AZ in the Champions League, so shouldn't be hard, we should be able to go through, and I will come back to you at the 1st of January once again in the January transfer window, and we will see how we did in this 6th season as Manchester United. If you guys still like this content, please leave a like down below, it really helps me out a ton. And if you want to see more, don't forget to subscribe to my channel for a lot of different Football Manager content. There's coming a lot of nice stuff your way in the coming months. So once again, thanks for watching, hope you enjoyed, and see you in the next one. Hey guys, and welcome back to this Manchester United rebuild series. We have arrived in the January transfer window once again, and we have the biggest transfer budget yet. We also record our greatest win ever. We score more than 10 goals, more than 12 goals, more than 15 goals in one game. So go ahead and find out what kind of tactics I use and how we actually did it. So first clip I wanted to show you is that the board is giving us extra funds, and this is just a month before the January window starts. We already had 170 million, but because of this, we have now been increased to 308 million euros with 920 still in the wage budget. I am not sure what I'm going to do with this because I already have a lot of youngsters coming in, but 300 million, like, I don't feel like our team can get any better than it is right now, but I'm going to see how I can spend this money wisely. I'll just have a look at it, but just so you know, we now have 308 million euros to spend. That is almost all of the money that we have available. And why is that? Is because we don't have any debts and we are earning a shit ton of money with all of our sponsors coming in. So I think that's why the board gave us extra money, but that's good for us. That means that we can start spending a little bit more money. And in the January transfer window, I might make some pretty big signings, but we'll see about that. Anyway, the next clip is either going to be something interesting that happens or us arriving in the January transfer window. Alright, January has arrived, nothing happened, but we did already sign 2 players. Lucas Vieto, insane guy, 17 dribbling, 16 first touch, 15 passing, and 16 technique, Argentinian. And then once again, Demian Ame, also Argentinian, and look how good this guy also is. Very good player, not a wonder kid, so he might not develop that well. And for the players that we brought in, nothing much. We did loan some players out maybe, but their deals haven't come through. But nothing really noteworthy that happened here. Let's jump into how we did in that first half of the season after we were crowned Premier League champions. And it's been tough, it's been tougher, it's been a tough season. We've drawn 4 and lost 1 game. Arsenal are head on our heels, and other than that we don't really have a lot of competitors. Liverpool are doing very poorly and Tottenham are just above the relegation. Last season we were doing a lot better. I do think, yeah, we had 111 or 100 points, 4 draws, 2 losses. This season it's going to be a little bit tougher. We have 55 points. We're still doing well, don't get me wrong, but we could be doing a lot better. And especially in the Champions League, we did lose 2 games against AC Milan and Barcelona, and I didn't know where it came from. We just didn't play that well. Luckily, the next 2 games are against Ternava and AZ, which we should be able to win very handily. Other than that, we've also been knocked out in the Carabao Cup, unfortunately in the quarterfinals after penalties. Gonzalo Inacio, he missed, but this guy is a good defender. He doesn't need to be taking penalties. Unfortunately, we couldn't win, so that was a big loss. But the Carabao Cup, it doesn't matter. I don't think we won it last season. We did actually win it last season, but the FA Cup is something that I'm way more worried about. I just really want to win this for the 3rd time in a row. So as you can see in the Champions League, if we win 2 more games, we have automatic promotion or automatic going to the latter stages, and that would be very nice because that means that we don't have to play another game, which would be great. What I'll be doing is I'm going to be making a lot of transfers here. I don't know how many, but I have 311 million and some players want to leave the club, so I'm going to have to see how I will manage. Of course, we do still have a lot of games and our team is very tired, so I'm going to see what I can do about that. I want to show you in this episode how good the 2 new players are that just came in, and I will do that when showing you the Excel sheet. So the next clip will be me showing you how the players are looking in the Excel sheet. Alright, so here we have arrived at our datasheet, which is looking very nicely indeed. What I'm going to be showing you now is the 2 new youngsters that we have brought in, and they are right here. So Lucas Vieto and Demian Amien are 18 years old and they are at 13.7, and as I showed you before already, when they are from their 19th to 24th, so they can still grow 1 or 1.5 points. So these guys can become 15s, and 15s means that if we scroll all the way up here and we sort on this, that they will be as good as Dennis Salilovic, Hoyland, maybe Pafundi, like around that level. So not world class, but good enough to be backups, and if we just train them well, then they might be very good. And why I wanted to show you this this slide is because I was going to show you what kind of players I was going to be able to bring in to actually make our team better. And as you can see, for advanced forward positions, 3 out of 5 of the best players that we can see are in our team. Same goes for inside forwards, although Jamal is in there. We have the best attacking midfielder in the game with Rodrigo Gonzalez, who's actually better than Jamal Musiala now. The best defensive midfielder is playing for us. We could potentially buy Ugarte if we wanted to, but that's a lot of money to spend on a guy like that. The best ball playing defenders are playing for our team. However, we could still buy any of these 3, but you know how expensive they get. It's almost impossible to really spend your money wisely. And as for fullbacks, we could still improve a lot. We could, for example, buy Balde if we wanted to, or Bastoni. They could really upgrade our team in those fullback positions, but I'm not sure if we really need it. If I was going to buy someone, it would be another defensive midfielder, because as you can see, we're currently playing João Neves there, and although this guy is good, he's average at everything, and I kind of want to bring in someone who can really play that position very well. So with all of that said, I'm going to see what kind of transfers I could potentially make, but I think it's going to be one big signing, because I don't think it's going to be multiple signings. Since we already have such a full team, it's really not worth it to buy that many more players. Anyway, that's it for the datasheet. I am now going back to the Football Manager, and I'll be showing you what kind of transfers I made at the end of the January transfer window. And of course, before I jump into the rest of the video, if you want to know how you can work with this Excel sheet as well, go ahead and follow the link in the description where I explain how you can also start playing Football Manager based on data. With that said, also go ahead and leave a like down below if you want to see more, and subscribe if you want to never miss an upload. And without any further ado, now we're actually jumping into the end of the January transfer window. The 4th of February is where we are right now, and let me show you how we have been doing. As you can see, we're in first, and we have been in first the whole way through, so we've been doing pretty nicely. And I already showed you how we were doing before. And then after I showed you, we only had wins and 1 draw, and we had the biggest win in Champions League history, a 17-0 victory with our B team nonetheless over Trinidad. I think they are Slovakian. David scoring 4, Hoyland 3, Lombardo 3, Bagi 3, like everybody's getting on the score sheet here. It was a very good game from our team. Almost everybody got 10s all around. Very interesting to see. And of course, with that, it meant that we went through to the Champions League knockouts without having to play another game. Of course, we did lose 2 of the games, and actually Paris are unbeaten, which is very nice from them. So we are through. We don't know who we are going to draw yet, but the games are going to be played on the 27th of February, so still a long way. Then we also beat Aston Villa 4-2 in the FA Cup 4th round, and in the 5th round we have been drawn against Chelsea, which is a pretty tough match, but we also could have drawn Liverpool, Man City, Tottenham, or any other of those big clubs. So let's hope that we can beat Chelsea. That game is going to be played in between the Crystal Palace and Tottenham games. We are having a little bit of trouble winning this season. If Arsenal win, they are 5 points behind us, so it's less dominant than last year, but we're still playing very good football, and I think the team has found their groove again. Then let's go to players that we have brought in. We've only brought in 1 player, Thomas Campbell, a youngster from Brighton. Bought him in, then brought him back to the under-19s. He's going to be playing his time there. Whenever he can be loaned out, he will be loaned out. A very good player, just needs to develop, and of course English born, so he will be able to be a backup for us later on, which might be quite nice. Other than that, no one really left. Only some loans that I thought of players that needed some more playing time. So for example, Vieto, who we just brought in, he's already on loan to West Ham. Then Aaron Basic went to Bayern. Serda went to Everton, and some other youngsters who went to some lower league sides. So very happy to be able to loan them out, and also sold 2 unknown wonder kids for like 500k, but that doesn't really matter. So if we still look, we still have a very big transfer budget, and I have a couple of guys that I want to bring in. Of course my scouting list is very big, but there's a couple of players that I want to bring in, and that I'm like pushing for them to come into our team. That is Bastoni, Tsoumeni, Ugarte, Kamavinga or Saliba, and of course, all in all, also Lamine Yamal. But those guys are the ones that can really upgrade our team, so if we are able to sign them with the money that we have, that would be great. And any other signings I'm not going to make, only if I see like a very good wonder kid. But for example, I saw a wonder kid that was good, but he wasn't even better than Bruce Matamahel. So I already have the next gen of good center backs in my squads. I just need them to improve a lot more. And also Negreiros right here is also looking very insane. So I don't know if we're going to be signing anyone until this season or in between now and the end, but we are going to try our best in that. Anyway, if something else happens, then I'm going to show you in the next episode. For now, this is where I'm leaving it. Manchester United is back on the top. We're healthy, we're doing very, very well, and we're going to challenge for another Champions League win, another Premier League win, and another FA Cup win. So let's see if we can actually do it. For now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and if you've enjoyed, please don't forget to leave a like down below and subscribe for more. And I hope to see you in the next episode, where you'll see if we were able to retain the Champions League title. See you in the next one. Hey guys, in this episode number 14 of the Manchester United Rebuild series, we are taking a look at a live game that I'm playing. We also get an insane transfer budget allocated to us, and if you want to know how big that transfer budget actually is, go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out. Let's start this episode off with looking at our youth intake. So as you can see here, the best player that we actually signed was Sonny Moss, and it's a poor intake because this guy is not good at all. Other than that, you don't really see a lot of good players. I will just show them to you very quickly. Nothing really special in here, unfortunately. We can't really do anything about that. We're just looking at high determination guys, but nothing really special. So that is youth intake. I did put in a transfer record bid almost for one player, but you're probably going to see at the end of this episode who the player is. It got accepted. I offered him a contract. We're still waiting on him to accept that, but it's looking very promising. Anyway, I'll see you in the next clip. And we are back once again because I wanted to show you something. So we went through to the quarterfinals and look at the teams that are still in the quarterfinals. You see Ajax, Barcelona, Braga, Pantelopo, who is Napoli, Man City, AC Milan and Benfica in here. The ones you really expect in here are Barcelona and Man City maybe, not even AC Milan. But look at this round of 16 who got knocked out. So we knocked out Atalanta, Ajax knocked out Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona knocked out Real Madrid, Braga knocked out Valencia, Napoli Bayern, Porto got knocked out, Man City knocked out Porto, Arsenal got knocked out by AC Milan, and right here you have AS Roma. So if you look at all of these teams, Liverpool already lost here, Atletico Madrid got knocked out by Braga, Bayern lost to AC Milan. Like a lot of big teams are already out, so it could be a real surprise who we are going to face next. Next up is going to be Ajax, which aren't going to be too difficult. I would say if I just take a look at their senior team, you can sort on players. Luis Openda is their best player, and he's not even that good. To be honest, they did spend 64 million on him. No idea where they got that. But they do have a pretty good team, but I don't think it's going to be good enough to really beat us. So it's going to be very interesting if Braga, Napoli or Benfica can go through, and then it might be a very interesting final. Anyway, Ajax up next. I will be back to you if something interesting happens. Guys, something insane happened. I got a transfer budget for next season of 345 million with 2 million in the wage budget. That is absolutely insane. The previous transfer budget we had was 270 or something like that, and I already spent that on a big signing player. But now we got 350 million, and I just don't know what to do with it because my team is already so good. So I'm just going to see if I can get some other players in that can make the team even better. Anyway, 350 transfer budget. I'm going to try to spend that. I'm not going to promise that I can because it's so much money. But anyway, I think I have an idea who I want to bring in for that money. Just wanted to show you because 345 million is the biggest transfer budget I've ever had. A quick pause here. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you want to see more. Really appreciate it if you do. And let's get on with the video. The next part of the episode will be us facing AC Milan in the final of the Champions League. And I haven't really taken you through a lot of games, so let's go ahead and jump in. This is the main team that I usually use. Unfortunately, Truben is injured, but he is back into training for 2 days, so I might just keep him in. That means that Baktin will definitely come with us. João Neves, Kvaratskhelia and Sesko all got injured at the end of the season, so we are going to need to put some replacements in for them. That means that Darvic is playing, and in the middle Darvic is playing, and right here we're playing Pafundi on the right. And this is the team that is going to take it to AC Milan. So we're gonna have Sar and Scalvini as our fullbacks, Lukaba and Slotterback in the middle of the defense with Truben in goal, Darvic and Romero as our defensive midfielders, with Musiala as our advanced midfielder, inside forwards and the wingers Pafundi and Gonzalez, with Gonzalez being an insane player as well, and then Højlund leading an attack. Hopefully he can continue his goal scoring in the Champions League, because I think so far he scored 13 already. So let's jump straight into the game. Alright, so here we go, the game has started.
This is how I usually play. I have key highlights on right here, sideline camera and match speed, all of those things. So let's go ahead and see what we can do against this Milan team. It's the first highlight here. Theo Hernandez puts it in. Romero heads it away, that's good. Gonzalez on the ball. He is a magician on the ball. Musiala, the other magician in our team, running up. Not a lot of support yet, so he loses the ball there. I don't understand why there weren't a lot of guys coming. That's a good tackle though to regain the ball by Fundi. Darvic almost loses it, but good pass by Romero. Musiala straight on goal. Nice tackle. 1-0. Let's go. Let's go. That's a very good goal. A bit scuffy, but you know, it's a Champions League final. Everyone's nervous. So Højlund getting this in very early is very good for us. Look at this, Romero, Højlund. Højlund passes it perfectly. Then a good block, but then Højlund still shoots it and it gets ricocheted off Tomori. I do think so. So very good to start with. And here's the second highlight of the game, and it's actually United. Great free kick by Mount. Jesus, that almost went in. Let's praise the team to just give them a confidence boost, and let's hope. Actually, the second highlight just comes straight after, but this falls to us. With Costello, aka Lukaba, on the ball. Passes it to Romero, and then on the right, we have a lot of space right there. Yeah, pass the ball there. Why didn't they pass it to the right? Scalvini was making the overlap. Gonzalez make a run for it and then get the pass in. Musiala. He has a lot of space. He gets a lot of space. Well, if they just don't attack him, then that's what happens, right? If you don't attack him, they can just let him walk. He just walks right through. And Højlund scores his second of the game. Here they go. Scalvini. I would have passed it to Gonzalez already here. But I don't think that Gonzalez is that quick. But that's a good tab in as well from Højlund. Very well done. And that gives us a nice little lead in this Champions League final. We have arrived at halftime and we're not doing that bad. I am going to put my hands in the pockets and tell them you might be winning, but that could all change if you drop the performance. And then let's take a look at the team, how they're doing. The only one that's not playing very well is Sar, so I might just bring him off for Inacho, because I know Inacho also likes these type of games. So we're going to start the second half, praise them again, and hope that we can come back with the title. And here comes another highlight. This time from us, a free kick. Gonzalez behind the ball. He has like 17 or 18 free kick taking, so he should be able to do something with this. Oh, off the post. That is a big shame. Yikes, that's not what you like to see. After Sesko, we now also have an injury from Højlund. He has a potential knee injury, so we're going to need to put someone else in his place right there. I'm not sure who yet, but I think I can play Sesko because he was ready for 45 minutes. So let's just bring him in then, and let's confirm that sub. It's the last 3 minutes of the game and no other highlights have happened. So I think this must surely mean that we're going to win it if nothing else happens. I'm not sure if AC Milan are going to score right here or get a highlight. No other highlight. Whistle is blown. We have been crowned Champions League winners once again. As you can see, our team celebrating right here in, I don't think this is Old Trafford. I don't know where this final is actually. But once again, United winning the Champions League, which is very nice to see. Let's head to the dressing room, congratulate them on the win, and then let's look back at how we actually managed to do it. So right now, as you can see, third year in a row that Manchester United won the Champions League. Anyway, we're going to try to do it again next year, and as you can see, Rasmus Højlund as the top scorer and Barco as the most assists. So we have been doing very well. Anyway, I will be simming forward a little bit more, showing you how we did this season in the other competitions, but I just thought it'd be fun to watch a live game of us winning the Champions League. And where we last left off, you saw that we did that insane 70-0 victory in the Champions League, and after that we couldn't stop winning. We did lose once
against Brighton and once against Barcelona, but we already beat them 6-0. Before that we had Ajax in the Champions League, and before that we had Atalanta, so it wasn't a very tough knockout stage. I think the toughest was Barcelona. We then also managed to beat Newcastle to win the FA Cup, and we have now been drawn to also play in the Club World Championship games, which are going to be played, I think, in 14 days. So it's going to be very busy for us. Anyway, this season we won the Community Shield, we didn't win the Carabao Cup, we won the UEFA Super Cup, the English FA Cup, the Premier League and the Champions League, which means that we have been doing insane this season. This season was a little bit tougher in the Premier League as we drawn a lot more and we lost a lot more. 92 points, and Arsenal were actually very close all the way through. Of course, last season it was a difference of 19 points and we drawn 4 less games, so yeah, that makes sense that we were doing a lot better then. So price wise, doing very good, won actually everything that there is, so very happy with what we've achieved this season. And then one last thing I wanted to mention is that Benjamin Sesko once again missed out on the top scorers title from Erling Haaland. He scored 29 this season and his goal scoring record is absolutely insane, but just not good enough to beat Erling Haaland, who scored 29 this season. Like, that's around the normal amount he gets, but just last season he got 44, just beating Sesko, which is absolutely gutted that he misses out again, because Sesko is one of the best, if not the best striker in the game. Other than that, we've also been crowned the Champions League top scorer with Højlund, and like I already showed you, and of course Barco with the most assists. So in the Champions League, performing very, very well. Next episode, I'll be coming back to you with us spending some of this insane transfer budget that we've gotten, and I've also will be showing you how we did in the Club World Championship, because it would be very nice if we won that as well. But I'm not going to be playing a lot of big players because you don't really get a lot from it, but we'll just see how far we can go with just a little bit of mix between the main squad and the backups. Anyway, I want to thank you all so much for watching once again. I hope you've enjoyed. If you also want to play Football Manager based on data, go ahead and check the link in the description where I explain how you can start playing FM24 based on data. And don't forget to like and subscribe, it really helps out the channel and lets me know that you like the content that I'm creating. Anyway, once again, thanks for watching, hope you've enjoyed, and see you in the next episode. Hello and welcome back to this series where we're rebuilding Manchester United to become the best team in the world again. In this episode we buy 3 players who are worth over 250 million each. So we're spending almost 750 million euros in this transfer window on players. If you want to see how that's possible or how we did it, go ahead and watch the rest of the video to find out. Let's first take a look at how we did in the Club World Championship, and right here you can already see it. After winning in the second round, we lost 2-3 to Bayern Munich, which was very, very much a shame. They were the better team, they scored a lot more goals, and we just didn't do so well. And we got bitten back by the player that we sold to Bayern a couple seasons ago. 4 seasons ago we sold him for 108 million. And yeah, he just, well, kind of messed us over. But it didn't really matter since the Club World Championship is not something that I am aiming for. Anyway, other than that, we did do well in the Community Shield, winning it again. We did lose the Super Cup as well, which I found very surprising. And then we had a pretty poor start to the league, losing 1-2 to Bournemouth, which I just didn't expect. We did win 4-0 against Ipswich, but then also tying against West Ham because we got a red card late in the game, which was very unfortunate. However, there's still a long way. In the Champions League we have PSV, Antwerp, West Ham, Celtic, Levski, which I don't even know where they're from, Bulgaria, and Valencia, and then at the end Barcelona or Real Madrid and FC Bayern. But by that time we were hopefully already placed for the Champions League, so it shouldn't be a big issue. And then how we're looking in the league, we are currently 9th, which is not good. We don't want to be there. We have 4 points, 5 points behind Arsenal at the moment, and also against Norwich, who got a very good start, but we are surely gonna keep up. And now let's jump into the signings. Before we can jump into the signings, of course you need to know how we got all of that money together to buy 3 players worth over 750 million. First things up, we sold Dean Henderson, who we brought in for 3.6 million from Crystal Palace. We sold him for 30 million to Luton after not even playing a game. So very good business there. It's just the English player tax. Very nicely that he can just leave for 30 million. This is a signing I already made like a lot of episodes ago, but he finally came in. Luis Palma, a very good youngster. Look at those physicals, look at that potential. Perfectionist, a very good player. Only paid 46 million for him, so very interested to see how he can work out. 20 determination, 16 turn work, just an insane player, and 47 million is definitely a steal. And then get ready, our record signing at that time, Lamine Yamal, came to Manchester United. He's on 600k a week, which is absolutely insane, but I had the money, I had the wage room, so I thought, fuck it, let's bring him in. Look how insane this guy is. 18 dribbling, 18 technique, 20 flair, 18 off the ball, and just physically a beast. We paid 285 million for him, but it was all worth it if you look at how good this guy is. The only way I could improve my team was getting this guy in, and that's what I did. So welcome to the club, Lamine Yamal. You're a absolute starter for us. I am first going to show you the rest of the signings that we made, and then I'm going to show you what kind of players we already sold to make sure that we could buy these players. First of all, Diogo Costa came in as a first choice goalkeeper, and that must mean that we sold our goalkeeper, and yes we did. We did sell him, but this guy came in on a free. He was better than our current goalkeeper, so I might as well just bring him in. Very expensive wages, but this guy can stay at the top for 3 or 4 more years, and then he's really done and we can sell him on hopefully. But I also already signed his replacement for the future, and let's jump to that guy next. And this is his heir for the future. Samuele Di Giacobbe is an insane player, professional wonder kid, insane stats already for his age. He is very close to the first team, but he's just not there yet. We bought him for 68 million, so that's a lot of money, but I thought it is going to be worth it, especially with this guy's personality. He's going to be the backup for now, but once he is better than Diogo Costa in 4 or 5 years, he's going to be our number 1 goalkeeper, and I'm going to try to give him already a lot of playing time in the cups. Next player, Eduardo Camavinga. Yes, we brought him from Real Madrid for 250 million. That's a lot of money for this guy, but 550k a week is also a lot, but this guy is absolutely insane. Look at his physicals and mentals, well-rounded. We're not playing him as a midfielder, we're going to play him somewhere else, but I will show you later in this episode where we're going to play this guy. But he's not the only one we brought from Real Madrid. Welcome to United for 900k a week. Jude Bellingham, absolute world beater. Look, he's even better than Camavinga. This guy has it all. Mentally, technically, physically, insane player everywhere. Can play anywhere on the pitch, and we're gonna play him in a very different position. We brought him for 350 million and on almost a million a week. This guy deserves what he gets. He is almost getting paid the same as Haaland and Mbappe, and there is no way he shouldn't get paid that. This guy is absolutely insane. He can play anywhere on the pitch, but you will see in just a bit where we are going to play him. And then let's quickly walk through the sales that we made to make sure that we could buy all of these big name players. Of course, a lot of loans and then also a lot of loan fees. I think combined this is almost 20 million that we're getting. Players that I want to get more playing time and also players that I wanted to get rid of. For example, Luciano Lozano, we're getting 8.5 million for him, and they have a future fee of 41 million, so I really hope that they are going to pay that. Anyway, Jade Fitzgerald left for 18 million to Bochum, just a youth player who was at the club already, so we decided to sell him. Then also Shea Lacey also left the club, left to Al Shabab, and also 18.5 million, also a youngster. Then Michael Soyquist, who we brought in at the beginning of this series for 7.5 million, so we sold him now for 22. Which is good, didn't quite make the team. Then Mark Bernal, same thing goes for him. Got loaned out to Paris, made a nice 70 million profit on him. Didn't really develop, so unfortunately we had to let him go. And then also Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, bought him for 42 million, made a nice little 5 million. He doesn't really reach the highest level, so we decided to sell him on to a lesser club like Chelsea, because he wasn't playing for us at all. Then Rooney Bargy, he was actually a backup player for us, also not the last season, so we decided to sell him. Of course, he was a homegrown trainer, so very sad to see him go. But hey, if we get like the 58 or the 81 million for him, I'm happy with that. And also two bigger sales, sorry. João Neves left the club, signed him at the beginning of this series, fell off later on. We now of course have two midfield maestros, which are not playing there, but they just decided to sell him because they didn't need him anymore. Same goes for Valentin Barco, made a bigger profit on him, almost 60 million profit, sold him to Barcelona. Of course, also a homegrown player, so very sad to see him go because he fills in those registrations. But hey, we can't really do anything about it. And then last sale, I already jinxed it a little bit, or already gave you some knowledge about that when I announced that Diego Costa was playing for us. And Tony Troupin left to Real Madrid for 99 million, which could be 137 million if we are lucky. So very nice to see him go. And with all that money, of course, we could buy Bellingham, Camavinga and Lamine Yamal. Let's take a quick look at the tactic. As you can see, Bellingham as left back, Zaire Emery as right back, Camavinga as our ball playing defender, and then Slotterback next to him, Costa in goal, Romero and Scalvini as our defensive midfielders, Lamine, Yamal and Musiala as our inside forwards, Gonzalez, who is absolutely insane, one of the best players in the game. Look at these stats, only greens where he needs it, so very happy to have him in, as our advanced midfielder, and Sesko as our advanced forward. Then on the bench we have our youngster Bakhtin, who I'm probably going to replace with Diagobe, but I'm not sure about that yet. Then Sar, Negreiros, Lukaba and Iheanacho as our defenders. Negreiros you probably do not know yet. He went out on loan a couple of seasons, but he developed very nicely and is now close to a starter. Same goes for Bruce Matamahal, also a guy who we brought for 1 million from a South American team. He did play a lot of games for us last season already as a backup, and this season he's going to be playing a lot more as that defensive midfielder together with Hincapi. Then Kvaratskhelia moved to the bench together with Salilovic, who was already at the bench, but this guy is absolutely insane. They both want to leave, but I'm not selling them if they don't pay enough money. Then as 13th man I still have Simone Pafundi in, who's already been here for a long time, and Noah Darvic, which are absolutely insane players. And then last but not least, Jose Romero, a very good player, loaned him out last season, now came back and is very close to the first team, so going to try to give him some playing time. And Lombardo, this guy is going to be homegrown, I do think, or at least nation grown. So I'm going to try to give him some playing time in the coming games, and he could possibly improve a lot more. Other than that, I was trying to see if I could sell Højlund, McTominay and Luis. Luis is leaving, but only the 1st of January, and McTominay is going to be leaving later because I'm definitely going to be selling him later on. Same goes for Højlund. Really want to get rid of him, don't really have a space for him anymore. Probably not gonna get 82 million, but maybe like a million or 50 would be very nice. These guys I couldn't loan out, unfortunately, but that is just something that we can't really do anything about. I will now go to a player who I wanted to try to sign, but I couldn't sign in the end. And then I have something very special for the end, because we did increase our stadium capacity, but let's see with how much. And even with all those signings, we still have a positive balance. We are doing absolutely great. 122 million still in the bank. We're doing very good. And at the end of the transfer window, I was almost very close to buying Willem Saliba, who is an insane player and is an upgrade for our team. However, we didn't get the 150 million together soon enough, so the transfer didn't come through. But maybe next season we can finally get him in and we'll have a monster team. Based on data, the team probably can't get even better. Well, of course it can get better if you buy Mbappe or Haaland, but those are almost impossible. The last thing I'm going to show you in this video is Old Trafford. It got upgraded. 90k people now fit into Old Trafford, and I think that is the biggest stadium in the Premier League right now. So doing very good with that, getting a lot of money in. So that means that in the years to come, we can keep buying those big wonder kids and those big signing players to make the club even better. Anyway, we are jumping into the last season as Manchester United's boss. In this season, we're going to try to win the Premier League and the Champions League once again, and that would be a very nice finish. If you like this episode, please don't forget to leave a like down below and subscribe if you want to see more. If you want to stop making transfer mistakes and start playing the game based on data, go ahead and click the link in the description below and it will lead you to the video where I explain to you how you can start playing Football Manager based on data. Once again, thanks for watching, hope you've enjoyed, and see you in the next episode. Hello and welcome back to the second to last episode of this Manchester United Road to Glory series. We've already reached glory, but we're going to try to finish this season off with a lot of trophies. Anyway, in this episode we're taking a closer look into the finances and how it's possible that we almost spent 1 billion euros just in fees for new players. If you want to find out how we did that, go ahead and watch the rest of the video. Alright, so here we are, the 2nd of January in 2030. This is our 7th January transfer window, and let's first see how we did. And as you can see, we're top of the league, but just by a slim margin, because we haven't been playing our best football. We're drawing against City, but more importantly we have a draw against Sheffield and a draw against West Ham here. And of course you already saw that together with the loss against Bournemouth. Other than that, in the Champions League we also haven't been too hot, losing against Valencia with a backup team of course, and also tying West Ham right there, which is a pretty big shame. So you can see in the Champions League we still have 2 games to go, and I think we should be safe for the next round. But of course if we win one of those we get automatic through to the next round, so we don't have to play another game, which might be nice with our very busy schedule. As for that, in the Premier League, of course, Sesko is our top scorer once again, but this damn Erling Haaland, this guy just keeps scoring goals. Man City aren't even doing that good, but he just keeps scoring, and I think already Sesko has a lot of goals, but like Haaland is absolutely on a different level, scoring 44 in that 1 year, where Sesko scored 43. Just an insane beast actually. Then let's take a look at the players already in. I did buy William Saliba because he was only 105 million, so I brought him in. One of the best defenders when you look at his stats in the game. 105k, he took a pay cut to play for us 375k. Other than that, no one really left. Of course, you see here Florentine Luis did leave, but we already agreed for him to leave. For 30 million, I think we made a little bit of a loss on him. He didn't really get to play, but we could really afford it since we have a very large transfer budget. Then let's quickly run through the team. I think everybody is very happy with how much playing time they're getting right now. What I wanted to do is Højlund, I want to get rid of McTominay, I want to get rid of Noir, I want to get rid of, and where is he, Nipan, I want to get rid of because they're not playing enough and they're youngsters who didn't really make the potential. And if possible, I also want to either get rid of Lukeba or I want to get rid of Piero Hincapié here, since they are used to be starters for us, but since I have Saliba in right now, you can see that actually it's kind of obsolete to have these guys in, because Hincapié is just a lesser version of Saliba. You can already see it here. They're absolutely the same, but Saliba is just better at any other stat. So I'm just gonna try to see if I can get rid of Piero Hincapié and see if I can bring in Saliba into our first team. But that means that we first have to get a bid in for either Hincapié or Lukeba. And with that out of the way, I'll be simming to the end of the January transfer window once again. I'll show you what kind of business we did. We do have some transfer budget left, like a 50 million, and if we do sell some players, I could potentially bring in another superstar, but we'll just have to see. I'll be playing the last Champions League games, so you'll see if we got through and if we got through correctly. We also have the Carabao Cup semis against Liverpool, which are going to be very interesting to play. So I'll be back probably just before this Tottenham game and show you what kind of transfer business we did in January. It is the 3rd of February 2030. We have played a couple of games in the January transfer window. of those games, we have won against Bayern, we have won in the semi-final against Liverpool, and we're now playing either West Ham or Charlton, which is pretty nice to see. We did, however, lose against Real Madrid in the Champions League, which meant that we are having to play another round, which the opponent of that is not known yet, but that is a bit of a shame because that means more games and our players will get more tired, but unfortunately we couldn't really do anything about that. We will jump right into the transfers after that. I didn't really do a lot because our transfer budget got taken away, so we brought in William Saliba from Arsenal, a very good player, one of the best defenders in the game. And we did sell a couple of players. Lukaba we sold for 79 million to Real Madrid. Very happy with that sale since he wasn't really getting a lot of playing time this year, only having one start. So getting 80 million for that guy is still very nice. And other than that, we also sold McTominay, as you can see right here, for 7.5 million. But the board decided to cut our transfer budget in half, so they moved it to 35 when we had like 120 million in the budget. Then we sold Lukaba and we got another 100. The reason that they cut the budget was that we were in some trouble with the finances. Of course, you can see here we're 51 in the plus, but we're spending a lot of money on wages. We're spending almost 30 million per month, 40 million per month on wages, and that's not even the most in the league. I think City are like at 45 million or something like that. Other than that, also something that changed is that we now have a new affiliate, Atlético Nacional. So we're getting young players from their youth training at us, and it will hopefully make the youth players that we get in a bit better. But I don't really see a lot of change in the youth players that we're bringing in. And that is because for the past couple of 4 years, I don't think I've had any good player come into my youth intake. They've all been very poor and at a lower level, and I don't understand, because it's Manchester United. They should have one of the best youth recruitments in the game, but apparently they really don't. The best player that I got in is Allen right here, and this guy might be a starter or a backup for us. He does have very good stats, but he needed a long time, like a very long time, to reach that level. I think he's been with us for the second year he joined in the youth academy. Then he really improved a lot, went on to Reading, to Luton, and then to Real San Sebastian to get some playing time, and he's turning out to be a pretty good player now. But I don't know, I feel like for youth recruitment as Manchester United and how good they are, we're getting a lot of youngsters who just aren't on the level that we expect them to be. Other than that, I wanted to show you guys something, and that is right here, the prize money, but also more importantly, the sponsorship that we're getting in. Manchester United is almost receiving 500 million in sponsorships, and we're almost earning 160 million already this season, so we still have half a year to go in merchandising sales. So in, for example, that is shirt sales, players, other sales that they're getting. Season tickets, of course, we have upgraded our stadium, so we get a little bit of money right there, more. But then gate receipts, 38 million. Well, last season we got 34, so the revenue is only going up, which is absolutely insane. But like Manchester United, you can't really beat them anymore. They have 500 million on sponsorship revenue. That's just insane. Like, you can't compete with that. The total income this season is already 1.5 million. Last season it was 1.2 billion. Sorry, billion. This year is 1.5 billion, which is just absolutely insane. However, against that, of course, we also have a big commitment on the sale, on the wages, and as you can see here, this season we have already paid 1 billion in transfer expenditure, and we currently have paid 293 million in player wages, while last season it was 286, which is just absolutely insane. But you know, I think we're not even one of the biggest spending clubs, because you still have Man City and Paris, and they don't even have that good commercial income. So I think Manchester United are in a very good position here, and we've also helped, of course, get there by winning the titles, winning the championships, and just building the club up from there. Alright, and that's going to be it for this episode. I'll be coming back once more with the end of this series at the end of the 2030 season, and we'll have a look if Manchester United could win the Champions League, could win the Premier League, and could win any other prizes again, which would be very nice to finish the season off. Anyway, I want to thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next episode. Hello and welcome back to the last episode of this Manchester United Rebuild Challenge here on Football Manager 2024. In this episode, we're taking a look if we were able to retain the Premier League and the Champions League titles, and if we were able to secure any other last prizes in this last season. We are also going to be taking a look at Manchester United in the year 2030 and a little bit of the leagues around us, what they are doing. So without any further ado, let's jump straight into the video. I thought it might be fitting to just jump into the end of season review to take a look. Of course, you can see right here a lot of big signings in. Jude Bellingham making an insane impact, 7 goals, 17 assists. Same goes for Lamine Yamal, but of course for that amount that we pay for them, they should make a change. Then Camavinga as well, didn't perform as well but played him more in a defensive position, so 7.12 is still very good. Same goes for Saliba, 4 goals as a central defender is very good. Then Giacobbe, who we see here, we have brought him in, we've played him a little bit, he is getting some good stats in and he is developing quite nicely. He's been played 28 times and he has an average rating of 7.1, which is very good. And the same goes for Luis Palma, who I have a big future ahead of him. I do think this guy is going to be insanely good. 2 goals, 6 assists, 7.5 rating. Whenever this guy plays, he just performs well. But you can also look at his stats. Of course, this guy is very good, very well-rounded, model pro. So I think he's going to be one of the superstars of his generation. Then for the transfers out, nothing really special to mention. We did clean up our club a little bit, so we did sell a lot of players. For example, who left is João Neves, who has been with us for a long time, but managed to sell him on because we found someone who was better in that position. Other than that, we did raise a lot of money. I think all of this together might almost be 300 something million. Not really sad to see any of these guys leave, maybe only Rooney Bargy, because we brought him in as well at the beginning and he played very well. And of course he is homegrown, so he might have been a good backup. But once again, even for a backup, he is unfortunately not good enough. Then for transfers out, we already looked at it, and loans out, it's just all of the wonder kids that we have in our club we have loaned out. And they have been getting some playing time, and of course if we were playing another season I would have looked at how they were doing, but of course I don't have that to do that anymore since we're ending the series. Premier League champions. In first, 103 points. I think after that Manchester City game we really went on a tear and we actually beat everyone quite handily. Some 1-2-1 victories here, but that was because I was putting in a backup squad since we were so far ahead in the Premier League. Benjamin Sesko, 38 goals, very nice from him. He is the top scorer for United and also for the Premier League now, because Haaland luckily didn't manage to score more goals than him. So, retained the Premier League title again. I think that's 3 years in a row. We're very happy with that. We are by far the best team in the Premier League right now, so we should be able to comfortably win the Premier League, I hope, for the couple 5-6 seasons after. Then on to the Champions League. Well. We did beat Real Madrid first, then Barcelona, then Paris, so we did have a very tough road to the finals, but then we just faced Benfica. Benfica didn't really put in an effort for us. It was a very easy win. I even filled in some backup teams, so once again winning the Champions League, which is absolutely insane. Then also the Super Cup, we did unfortunately lose against West Ham at the beginning of the season, but you have already seen that. Then the FA Cup we also won, and once again it wasn't easy. Newcastle, Liverpool, City and Chelsea we had to beat to eventually win the FA Cup once again. And as you can see, in all of those 3 competitions, 88.2, 88.2, 88.2, so we're almost 100% filling our stadium, which is insanely good for us. Then onto the Carabao Cup. It wasn't very anything special. We did beat Arsenal on penalties, I think that was. Then Liverpool over 2 legs with 2 little victories. And West Ham in the end, in the final, 5-1. I think it was a couple of goals from Jose Romero. Yeah, it was 1 there and 2 from Sesko. So that was a very good and nice victory for us. And then, of course, you already saw we did also manage to win the English Community Shield, which is absolutely great. So we're winning 5 prizes this season, which is our best season so far. Then on to the finances. As you can see, we have a new sponsorship deal. Another 70 million is coming in, which is insane. I don't know where the money is coming from, but I think we are the club with the best commercial revenue in the whole world at this point. We're getting in almost 500 million from sponsorships, a couple millions from corporate and hospitality. Competition prize money, of course, is a lot this season because we won a bit more trophies. And then the matchday commercial and retail has also shoot up because we have, of course, also improved our stadium. And other than that, 242 million in merchandising sales, which is absolutely insane. I don't think I've ever seen that much money coming in from merchandising, but very well and very nice to see actually that we're doing so well. Then how we lined up in that last season. It does say Quascalia played the most of it, but he didn't. But as you can see, Jose Romero, Rodrigo Gonzalez, and Sesko scoring a lot of goals and having a lot of assists. And the same goes for Jude Bellingham and Zaire Emery on those flank positions. So very happy with all of those. No one is below a 7.1, and they've actually selected Samuele Di Chiacoppe here. I don't agree with those because they have maybe played a bit more apps, but the guys that were playing there in the first place, they really deserve to be there. That was a season review, and now let's jump into a little bit more of how Manchester United is looking in the year 2030. Right here you see the supporter profile, 85 million followers, and it's actually gone down, which I don't understand since we have become a lot bigger. Other than that, we have also managed to increase the stadium once again, which means that for 2 months we have a little less capacity, but we'll get another 1500 seats, which means that we are going to be around the 90k, maybe even over 90k, which is absolutely insane. I think that's one of the biggest, if not the biggest stadium in the Premier League. So here's the Premier League, how it's looking. Past winners, of course, the last couple of years we've been winning it, and I think the first season we played, we finished in 4th, and after that just 2nd places all around. Here we barely didn't manage to win the Premier League, but then of course we got Sesko in, and we were really running it over. As you can see, a lot of goals, a lot of points. I think almost every year above 100 points. This season was a little bit tough, but of course, as you can see, 103 points once again. And what's very interesting about the Premier League is, as you can see here, we have the highest average attendance with 88,000, which is almost 24k more than West Ham, which once again tells me that Manchester United really is the biggest team in the Premier League. And in the Champions League, of course, once again we've won it 4 times in a row, which is absolutely insane. Very good from us. And then also the FA Cup, we've also won it 4 times in a row. I don't think the same goes for the Carabao Cup. No, we did win it 2 times in the last 4 years, but I didn't really have a priority with it most of the time. So that's looking insanely good. I think we're one of the best teams. As well, as you look into our finances, you see we're almost spending 9 million on wages. But then again, if we take a look at the income, as I showed you as well last season, we're almost earning 478 million in sponsorships, and then also 242 in merchandising, which is absolutely insane. That together with also us buying a lot of players and selling them on for a profit later on means that we're doing very, very well when it comes to the finances. And I think Manchester United couldn't really be any healthier than it is now, because if we look at the finances, you'll see 70 million in the bank balance, but we haven't gotten all our sponsorship money yet. And we can spend almost 374 million without selling any players on new players. That is absolutely insane. We could still also ask for more affiliate clubs. I did do that, and as you can see through the years, I've really built myself up a nice couple of affiliate clubs. Most of them are helping me with the youth intake or players coming into Manchester United that possibly have better youth, but I feel like it doesn't really work at all. The game tells you it does work, but I don't think it really does. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, let's jump straight into what players we've used through the years and how the team is looking like right now. Alright, and then onto the team. I will just quickly show you what the players are looking like. We, of course, a lot of them developed very well or are already in the game very close to their potential, so it doesn't really need anything. I think Jude Bellingham is one of the best players in the game, so really happy to have him in. Scalvini, of course, we brought in on a very young age, I think over 7 years ago. Yeah, one of our second purchases. Christian Romero was actually our first purchase for 85 million. Played pretty decent over the years. What I don't like about this guy is that he has 20 aggression, so don't really like it. Then Lamine Yamal, of course, his first season, insane player, and the best signing I've ever made as a wonder kid. Look how good this guy is. 20 passing, 18 first touch, only greens where he needs it, and we bought this guy for 13.2 million. The Argentinians in this game have been really insane for me. 19 caps already, 21 years old. This guy scored 7 goals this season, and he's only going to get better. Then of course we also have Musiala, who we brought in for an insane fee, I think in the 3rd season. Has been performing very well for us, as you can see, scoring 10 plus goals in every season he plays. And of course the 3rd season where we got our first Premier League win, he got a 7.8, which is absolutely insane to see. Then we've also got Benjamin Sesko, who we brought in for I think a 130 mil, scoring over 25 goals a season, which is absolutely insane. And in this season, barely not getting the Premier League Golden Boot, just because Haaland scored I think 5 more or something like that. Then other than that, we still have like an insane team on the bench. Matang, Sar, Negreiros, who's also a wonder kid, also very happy with signing him. A bit more expensive, but look how good this guy already is. Greens everywhere, could still improve, a very well player. He's going to be the future of Manchester United for sure. Then we still got Slotterbeck, who we also bought for a very high fee. Iheanacho, Bruce Matahal, who's also a youngster who we brought in, South African, 1 million. This guy, I mean, for 1 million, do I really want to get rid of him? Only his marking is bad, but other than that, I'm very happy having him in. Then, of course, we get Hincapi, who is now 28 years old and developed very nicely. Jose Romero, another wonder kid, looking insane. Lombardo, also another wonder kid, looking insane. Kvaratskhelia, of course, one of the best players that I have used in this game. He doesn't always turn up in big games, but this guy has been a real help for us throughout the years. Almost scoring a 7.2 rating overall and just scoring an insane amount of goals for us. So happy with that signing. And then another wonder kid, Salilovic. He's going to be the replacement for Sesko whenever he is too old or whenever he's injured. And this guy, I mean, just take a look at him. He is the real deal. Then other than that, we still have a lot of players on the bench. Pafundi right here, who is a backup. Darvic, who's a backup. Hoyland, who is a backup and was injured and I really want to sell. He developed well, but he's just not good enough. He just lacks a little bit in the technical department and the mentals, and Salilovic and Sesko are just a lot better. And then other than that, there's not really anything on here, just a couple of wonder kids. I will show you them quickly, pause the game if you want to take a further look at them. One that I'm very curious about is Kenny Sutton. Loaned this guy out a couple of times. He didn't really develop as quickly as I would want him to, because I spent like 30 million on the guy so that he would get homegrown trained, but then he didn't develop, so I just decided to loan him out. And other than that, still a lot of pretty decent wonder kids, nothing too special. If they were special, they would have already been playing in our first team. So that is how the team is looking. And once again, take a look at Rodrigo Gonzalez, because a better wonder kid than this guy I don't think I'll ever find. Just to give you a quick rundown what else was happening in the world of football. Real Madrid have dominated at the beginning, and then Barcelona took over and now Real Madrid winning it once again. For the Serie A, AC Milan actually winning it 3 times, and Juventus in the first season ever, so that's also interesting. Now Inter back on top, and Atalanta actually winning it this year just barely. That is actually very insane to see. Then in the Bundesliga, Bayern München continuing their dominance, and in Ligue 1, I think, yeah, Paris Saint-Germain. Who else could be there? Then in Portugal, Benfica have actually been on a tear down. That's very impressive to see. And then in the Eredivisie, of course, it's Ajax back on top after a couple of seasons where Feyenoord were the better than them. I will also quickly show you the Belgian league. Here we have Antwerp, Anderlecht and Ghent winning it. And then of course we also still have the Euro Cup. I don't know how it's called. Yeah, here it is, the World Cup. No, this is the qualifiers. Let me see. I think I just need to go right here because of course I've been playing in the Champions League. But in the Europa League you'll see Arsenal winning it, Sporting, Roma, West Ham and actually Vigo winning it this season. That is very impressive from Vigo because I don't even think they have that good of a team. And in the Conference League of course, Brighton, Aston Villa, Real San Sebastian, and then West Ham, another English team, and Wolfsburg actually winning it this season, beating Atletico on penalties, which is very insane to see. Then let's see if we can find the Euro Cup or the European football. You'll see here Italy won it, and England actually won it in 2024, and then Portugal winning it once again in 2028. Beating England actually in the final, so very interesting to see that. And then let's see if we have the World Cup somewhere as well. Also England winning it in 2026, so it's actually been brought home. That is very interesting to see. Of course Argentina we all know about. And this year we actually have the 2030 World Cup going on. And actually Cape Verde made it into the Group A. That is interesting. Let's see if we see anything surprising. Suriname went in there. Honduras, actually very interesting to see. Dominican Republic. So a lot of very big changes and some very small countries who actually make it in. Angola there as well. So that's going to be it. I think I'm going to be ending this series here. But before I end it, I have one last thing to mention. With all of that out of the way, I don't think anyone can argue that Manchester United is not one of the best, if not the best clubs in the world. 4 Premier League titles, 3 we've won, and 4 Champions League titles. And with this team, I expect to be able to keep on winning the Premier League for another 6 to 7 years, also with all the wonder kids that we have into the club. Anyway, if you like the series, please don't forget to leave a like down below and subscribe for more. I'm going to be releasing a new series soon, so please go ahead and give me some ideas if you have them below. What kind of series you would want me to do and with which club, and I'll be taking a look at that. Anyway, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next series of Football Manager 24. Take care.